Is it Lindsay or Val? Are you there?
I'm here, Chair. I can hear you.
All right, it looks like we do not have Geronimo or Judy at this point, and I understand that we may not have Lena for the full time, that she may be in and out. Is that right?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I just heard from Miranda Morales, Supervisor Fowler is in a meeting and she cannot get away right now. But they said if we do not have quorum that we can call them. And I will contact Miranda, but that was, as far as we knew, we were expecting Supervisor Vasquez.
And he's here. And were we expecting Supervisor Begay? I saw her here for yesterday and I didn't have a chance to ask.
She contacted me this morning and she was worried about her internet and asked for the telephone number. So Val, if we see a telephone come up, we might want to check and see if that is her.
Will do, Sue. Thank you.
Sound check. Am I not a chipmunk?
No, you sound like yourself. It's really unfortunate.
Usually it's like the first Zoom of the day or the first Teams of the day. It's Chipmunkville for me. So
It always brings a smile to my face, though.
cool. All right.
Does that mean you're in your afternoon?
Yeah, sound different in the afternoon.
Good morning, everyone.
Internet problems at home. So I'm here at the county offices with the internet. So Geronimo, you're probably on my same internet network. I hope it works.
Do I sound okay? Or do I have the chipmunk voice? We good? Okay.
All right. Well, I guess we should get going. We do have a quorum. Is that correct, County Manager?
That is correct. Yes.
Very good. Well, good morning, everybody. And it's Tuesday, June 7th. Welcome to June. And it's summer's in full swing. You gotta love that. Kids are out at school and we've had some beautiful days without the W, that which will not be named. So it's looking pretty good here to start our June month. And my name is Patrice Horstman. I'm the chair of the Board of Supervisors. We're here for our regular session, our regularly scheduled meeting. And at this time, I would ask if Lindsay Daly, our clerk of the Board of Supervisors, if she would do roll call.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. I'll go ahead and do roll call now for Chair Horstman, District 1.
I'm here.
Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez, District 2.
Good morning, everyone.
Supervisor Matt Ryan, District 3.
Well, good morning, everybody. Happy summer.
And Supervisor Judy Begay, District 4. She is not present with us at this time. And Supervisor Lena Fowler, District 5. And she is not present at this time. So we'll keep an eye out in case they join a little late.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, and next, I believe we have up is our Pledge of Allegiance. And if Lindsay, if you could please, since we're virtual, if you could please put up the flag, and for those that can, please stand to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
States of America,
and
to the republic
for which it
stands,
one
one
nation
nation,
under God, indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty and justice for all.
for all.
All right. Very good. And next on our agenda this morning is call to the public, and members of the public, this is the time where you can contact us virtually through your phone and call the public session to provide input to the board on matters that are not on the agenda. This is your time, members of the public, to let us know what you're thinking, or if you have some concerns that you'd like to bring to our attention. And we ask, of course, that you remain respectful. And we also ask that you limit your time to approximately 3 minutes. So with that, I'm turning it over to our very trusty clerk of the board, who just got back from vacation. Welcome back, Lindsay, to let the public know how they can contact the board and address us here for a public meeting. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if you'd like to make a public comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover at the bottom of your screen. If you click that, it will raise your hand and notify us you'd like to speak. If you're on the telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand on the telephone so that we are notified you'd like to speak. Again, the raise hand icon is at the bottom of your screen and looks like a hand. And at this time, we have no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
All right, thank you. We'll give one final call out. This is call to the public. For those in the public that would like to address matters not on the agenda, now is your time. You have heard from our clerk on how you can be promoted to panelists to address the board. So one more time, this is the final call for call to the public.
And still no hands raised.
Very good. Well, thank you, Lindsay, very much. And members of the board and staff and members of the public, this is an important meeting today. We're looking at our tentative budget adoption. And so County Manager, I'm going to turn this over to you to help us through this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today, as the chair has indicated, is the process to adopt the tentative budget for Coconino County. The adoption of the tentative budget precedes the final adoption, as well as the tax rate setting, which occur in the next few weeks as well. But at this time, I want to just very quickly appreciate and recognize the budget team up within finance for all the work that they've done, all of the department heads and elected officials who have all participated fully in the conversations and the discussions and all the conversations related to the budget. The budget is a policy document that, of course, provides and reflects the values of the organization. And for the public, if you've not seen, and this is going to sound odd, but if you've not seen our budget book, it truly does provide a lot of information. In addition to the budget itself, it provides a lot of information on the county, the structure, the history, the values, the leadership. And so we do have that online for previous years. So it is on coconino.az.gov. Go to finance and financial statements, and you'll see all of our budget documents. But again, I encourage the public to look at that document and certainly reach out to staff at any time for any questions, ideas, concerns that you might have in the public setting regarding the county's budget. It is a public document. All of the processes and the conversations that took place to develop the tentative budget today were done in open meeting. We always fully ask the public to participate and let us know your thoughts. And of course, that is why we have our elected representatives from the 5 districts here to reflect your representation and your needs and wants. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it over to our CFO, Siri Mullaney, who will provide the first steps in adopting the budget. And then we will, of course, go through various special districts in which each of the board members will be sitting as that individual or that particular board. But again, Siri will walk us through the first part of it, which is the adoption of the county general fund budget and associated funds to that. So I see Lindsay Daly popped up, so I'm going to defer to her first.
Sorry, County Manager Chair Horseman, I do see that Supervisor Begay from District 4 is here on the phone. So I've allowed her to speak. Supervisor Begay, if you'd like to note that you're present.
Good morning, everyone. The generator was too heavy for me, so I had to resort to the phone for a while until somebody else shows up to bring it out for me. So, but anyway, I'm here. I'll be listening on the phone. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And Steve, you might also, or County Manager, you might also want to just underscore that the final budget is scheduled for Tuesday, June 28th. So
Yes.
There'll be a further discussion on this, but this is the tentative budget. So
Yes, Madam Chair. And then so the tentative budget sets the expenditure ceiling for the funds that we've identified through in that budget document. And so the tentative budget, as I said, establishes that upper limit. And then from there, the final budget is adopted on that date. And then from there, the tax rates, because as the county's tax collector, and this is done through Madam Treasurer Sarah Benatar. The tax rates need to be set by individual taxing jurisdictions, and all of that information comes back to the county, and the county sets the tax rates for all of those jurisdictions. And again, it's a multi-step process that culminates. Our fiscal year as an organization will kick off on July 1st. And so that is the county's fiscal year, and that is why the timing of the budget process is what it is today. So
Thank you, County Manager.
Madam Chair, I will turn it over to our CFO, Siri Mullaney.
Morning, Siri.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. So I got kicked off for a minute, so hopefully I don't repeat too much of what County Manager Peru said. But this morning we are here to adopt the tentative budget for the county in the amount of $408.8 million. A few highlights on that before we go to the adoption. Compared to fiscal year 22, our total budget that we adopted was $276.6 million. So this is a pretty sizable increase compared to last year. There's a few points I wanted to touch on as to why. As County Manager Peru stated, this does set our overall expenditure ceiling. So the total amount we can spend, regardless of the funding source. A lot of times the county gets money from external funding sources like federal grants or federal money. And in the case of fiscal year 23, we also put in a $56 million placeholder in the general fund for restructuring our Arizona state retirement system liability for our employees. Now, it doesn't mean it needs to go through it. We've had other discussions on that, and the timing must be right. And we do have the potential, though, to restructure the debt and possibly save our taxpayers several $1 million. So if the opportunity does arise and we're able to move forward on that, we need to build into our expenditure ceiling the ability to actually pay off our debt. So make expenditure payments to pay that debt off, and then issue new, basically cheaper debt, if you will, at a lower interest rate. So that's $56 million of the increase. But I wanted to point that out because it is pretty significant in the general fund. Another part of the increase is that we have a placeholder for unawarded or potential grants. These are grants that may be in progress right now, where we're in the process of applying, or they're things that we plan to apply for. So that's $67 million of the budget. And the reason that that is such a sizable amount is because of the federal infrastructure and jobs funding potential that the county has. We still haven't heard the full criteria for those dollars, but we do anticipate that there could be funds available that we hope to be successful in the areas of things like broadband, expansion throughout the county, roads, parks improvements, flood projects, things of that nature. So again, we just have to build in the expenditure authority, even though none of those dollars will be coming from our local taxpayers. The potential there is really on the federal side of things. So the other thing I just wanted to point out is the schedules that were originally provided did have one number missing on Schedule B. So we're going to move forward with publishing this tentative budget as presented today. Schedule B, which is page 2 of the materials, has one number filled in that was not originally on there. So the amended documents that were sent out this morning is what we're asking to adopt. It doesn't change the budget authority or the ceiling or anything of that nature. It really just was a proposed tax rate number that was missing from the schedules. So we have folded that into the amended version you received this morning. And that is what we will be publishing for our taxpayers. So with that, the recommendation from staff is that the board adopts the fiscal year 2023 tentative budget for Coconino County in the amount of $408,888,749.
All right. So at this point, you're asking for a motion. Is that correct? So, and thank you for that thorough explanation, because I think that's important for members of the public to note. We have approximately, 70, 80, 90, about over 100 million really is a placeholder amount, which is why it is so substantially over that 2022 budget. So the good news is, especially for the 67 million, is that that's money that we hope to be coming to the county from the federal government through the Infrastructure and Jobs Act bill that will help to supplement our taxpayer money in the general fund. So I think that's important for the public to understand. We aren't setting a budget here at a budget amount that reflects a huge change in terms of income taxes or I should say property taxes, not income taxes. So that's important for the public to realize. So members of the board, we have spent a long time on this budget, and members of the staff have spent an even longer time on this budget. So this is a very important motion. Do I have a motion? Or would we like any comments before we have our motion?
Madam Chair, depending upon which you prefer, I'd like to make comments, but
Go ahead and have comments and we'll take our motion.
okay. Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
So just to note, and as outlined by staff as well as by our chair, Patrice Horseman, a lot of work went into this. A lot of work from each of the departments, definitely our budget and finance staff putting in yeoman share of time associated with it. And then we had 2 weeks of meeting with each department and additional opportunities to review and set this budget in motion. There are many areas, and I'll just quick highlights. We have a strong focus on public health and safety associated with this. A lot associated with health and human services, the judicial system, mental health initiatives. We are also focused in areas that we constantly wrestle with emergencies. Fire and flood are strong points that we know we need to take care of and become even more proactive and focusing on that. Again, we're optimizing our opportunity to use some of the federal money, as well as to see if we can save money in our investment strategies, hopefully with the retirement system. And so, I compliment all the work from management, senior management, all the departments, elected officials, and definitely thank you, Siri, and your whole team that's worked together, and for our board, everybody working together through looking at many different issues. And so that's my quick comments associated with what we have before us, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments from members of the board? Vice Chair Vasquez.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to start by appreciate all the work that's been done, and the team has really put together a comprehensive package across the board. And we did have our 2 weeks of hearings, and it was a lot, and as I look at the numbers, I did start thinking a little bit about the budget from last year of 272 and leading into now request, or the ceiling, because it's not guaranteed that we're spending that amount, but the ceiling of expenditure at 408 million. And so I did a little calculating between the expenditure limit and the placeholder grants, and it came out to roughly about 123 million. And where I'm going with this is when you subtract that when you subtract this year's budget proposal from last year's budget, it's a difference of 136 million. And if you compare that to the 123 of this increase, it's really only $13 million of an increase. That's something that based on the presentations, is actionable. And so my question to the staff, or kind of the piece that I'd like to know a little bit more about, is that difference, because it's not a lot when you look at the big, like what would be the difference if we didn't have those two things added in that expenditure limit or whatnot, an increase from 272 to what, 385 or 285, excuse me, is not a huge increase in budget. And so I just wanted to hear, Siri, your thoughts on that, and where that piece is, just so we're clear as the public's understanding, how we're breaking this up and what we're trying to do. Because that was really the thing that stood out with me when I first reviewed this was, wow, 408. I thought we were talking about general fund of 180, like where did that come from? And so it kind of took me for a loop for a second. But then listening to your explanation about the expenditure limit, and the placeholder for grants, which are super important because, heaven forbid, we put our limit too low and then the grants come in and we can't act upon them because we've already met our expenditure limits. So, I see great value in that. And that's why I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that difference of the 13 million or the increase.
Sure. Chair Horstman, Supervisor Vasquez, members of the board, I'd be happy to speak to that a little bit more. One of the main changes from last year's budget to this year is that in this past fiscal year, we have received another considerable amount of known federal funds that are built into this budget. A lot of that is related to COVID programs, epidemiology, response efforts, things of that nature. So that's one major impact. When we look at the general fund and the estimated revenues going into the general fund, so that's primarily a change that we're seeing in our property tax, our primary property tax, and then the sales tax that we're receiving. Compared to last year, the increase is less than $3 million in the general fund. So while the general fund budget has increased somewhat for that state retirement system restructure that we talked about, and then other for some of the initiatives we heard during the budget process, we're really expending fund balance for some of that increase or money that we had already collected in prior years that where we were maybe under budget or just had not yet plugged in. So that's some of the increase in the general fund, but really on the revenue side for the general fund, it's less than 3 million. But where we really see the increase then for the rest of what you're asking about is in the special revenue fund side. And again, in particular, federal dollars that we've already been successful in receiving for some of our projects. So I hope that helps explain that.
It does. Great. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. And again, something I've learned from my colleagues is just, even though we know the answer, still talk about it. So that way we have it on record. So thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll put the motion in to approve the proposed budget ceiling.
Well, at this point, I'd like to, we have a motion, but I really was trying to do comments and.
Oh, sorry.
Supervisor Begay, so if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
Vice Chair, and then I'll come back to you and the comments are through if that's okay.
Mhm.
Supervisor Begay.
Good morning again. I think, I'm really glad that the staff put this whole thing together, and I see the expenditure, estimated revenues and expenditure and expenses as overall. So I'm really happy with that, and I know that we had again like 2 whole weeks, just going through thoroughly on the budget and so how and what we wanted to what the program needs are and the amount of dollars that they're going to be asking for. And with the Sue and also Steve, being the forerunner in this whole thing, and all the department, the supervisors, I just think that this is a good plan that's being put together now, and it's something that the board has really talked to about in length. So I just want to say thank you to everybody, and I do agree as far as what is being presented to us. Thank you.
I thank you, Supervisor Begay. Yes, and again, just another, we've all expressed our gratitude to the staff and really to my colleagues for the effort that's gone into this. And we here in Coconino County have truly benefited from the federal monies that have been provided because of COVID relief and the infrastructure bill. So we want to be very appreciative of that as well, and appreciate what we've been able to do for our community with those dollars. So, and with that, we are about to do a tentative budget adoption, and I'm going to turn this over for the Vice Chair for a motion.
Sure. I motion that we adopt the, let me do it correct. We adopt the tentative budget for Coconino County in the amount of $408,888,749 million for FY23.
Very good. We have a motion from the Vice Chair. Is there a second?
Second the motion.
Second from Supervisor Begay. We have a motion and a second.
Madam Chair, if I may, and just for clarification, that's for fiscal year 23 that we're doing. Okay.
Thank you very much. All right. We do have a tentative budget of $408,887,490, $749 for fiscal year 2023 tentative budget for Coconino County. That is the motion and the second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any objection? It is unanimous. So we do have the tentative budget adopted for Coconino County. Siri, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Horstman and members of the board. Our next item is consideration of the fiscal year 2023 tentative budget for the Fire District Assistance Tax. The Fire District Assistance Tax is dictated by statute, and it is collected on all properties within the county, within Coconino County, at a rate not to exceed 10 cents. And then the collection of those dollars are distributed back to the fire districts within the county based on a statutory formula. This really is something that is completely driven by the statutes and a requirement of the county. So we are recommending that the board adopt the tentative budget based on a rate of 10 cents. That is our forecasted need for the statutory formula for the fire districts. And that amount would be $2,078,912.
Very good. Any comments from members of the board before we entertain a motion?
Just a quick comment, Madam Chair. And as noted by Siri Malini, our CFO, that this is formulaic adoption. The intent of the FDOT is to provide additional funding for the rural fire districts where they may not have that additional capacity. And so it's done by formula, and just those points of note. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments, or I'll entertain a motion? Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and take this one. I move that we adopt the fiscal year 2023 tentative budget for the Fire District Assistance Tax, also known as FDOT, in the amount of $2,078,912. Boy, these numbers, we're just challenged to read them, but I think I got it, Madam Chair.
It's definitely making us pause, isn't it? We have a motion to adopt the FY 2023 tentative budget for the Fire District Assistant Tax. Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. At this time, we are now going to go into our tentative budgets for our special districts. And rather than go in and out of wearing different hats for the various adoptions, we are going to wear about 6 hats all at once. So at this time, members of the board, I am asking for a motion for the Board of Supervisors to resolve as the Coconino County Flood Control District, Coconino County Jail District, Coconino County Public Health Services District, the Library District, Toho Talani Improvement District, and the Tucson Special Street Lighting District. Do I have a motion to resolve as all of these districts?
So moved.
All right.
Moved by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second by Vice Chair Vasquez. At this time, we are going to be sitting as the Board of Directors for all of the special districts that we have just named. So at this time, I'm going to turn this over to our Finance Director to highlight each of the special district budgets separately. And we will be taking a motion in one motion, but we will discuss them separately. And so with that, Siri, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Great. Thank you, Chair Horstman and members of the board. The first district is our flood control district, and we are asking for a fiscal year 2023 tentative budget of $9,981,515. And this budget is made up of a proposed tax levy that will be properly advertised in the coming weeks. We will ask the board to hold a truth and taxation hearing before the final adoption, which is the opportunity for our taxpayers to come and talk about what we've advertised in terms of the tax rate for next year. And so that's the final step for this budget. But for the tentative budget, the amount of the 9.9 million is made up of two sets of funding sources. The first one is the property tax, as we just noted, and that's in the amount of approximately 9.4 million. And then the rest is the remainder fund balance that we anticipate rolling into fiscal year 2023 of about $500,000. So that's also included in the expenditure authority for the flood control district for contingency purposes. As we've seen with flood control after all the fires and the various things, the huge impact that we see for that. So adding that to contingency, once again, just gives us the authority as an organization to expend the dollars that we have already previously collected in prior fiscal years. So therefore, that total together is $9,981,515. Are there any questions on the flood control district before I move to the
Well, I think we need to make a comment on this. This is kind of an important one, and you will notice that we will have consideration in the future of a tax increase, tax levy, I should say, setting a tax rate at 0.5000. And that, as I understand it, is basically the maximum amount that we can set. The reason that we, the governing board, are considering that, and the reason that we are looking at setting this tentative budget at the 9.9 million rate is because, first of all, we are in the middle of a mega drought. We have experienced a number of wildfires, which have definitely put our community, our neighbors at risk, and that it has been the county that has principally needed to respond to these true emergencies. We also, thankfully, are in a position where we have an opportunity to do a funding match to receive substantial federal dollars to really take a look at forest restoration and management to help reduce our community's risk to these wildfires. So I know that's a huge number, and it's a big number from last year. And I think it reflects an opportunity for us that we have this year because of the infrastructure bill and other federal monies available to really get the biggest bang for our buck, quite frankly, to protect our community and the health and welfare of our community here in Flagstaff. Any other comments from members on the tentative budget setting for the flood control district?
Madam Chair,
Right.
well, I'll defer to Vice Chair first. It looked like you were trying to unplug your.
Yeah, I was.
sound. Yeah, okay. Go.
Thank you.
I'll defer.
No, I just want to say that at this time, we've seen with the recent tunnel fire that as things get warmer, as the fire season grows longer, we're going to have to be dealing with these issues, and we can either do it proactively or reactively. And reactively is costing us too much, quite frankly, and we can't keep doing that. And so we have to invest in our future. And this proposal that Chair Horstman was referring to is part of that, and when you have the opportunity to match and right now go a 1-for-1 match, and then take that where now it's you've doubled that in the amount of acreage that can be covered for your investment. That's something that is truly a unique opportunity that we have at this time. And we need to do it because it's the investment that's necessary to keep our communities safe as we keep having more and more urban wildfire interface. We're having these impacts, and I would rather deal with it on the front end and create industry and develop that forest thinning programs and whatnot, rather than having to keep cleaning up debris from different fires. So I just really hope that the community and the county understand that that's why that we're going in this direction, and it is an important investment in our safety for our future. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And following discussion for both Chair Horstman and Vice Chair Vasquez, a proactive approach where we're using the best science available in looking at hydrologic conditions, but also looking at what's happening throughout the West, taking the experience that we've also had through the Schultz fire, the Slide fire, the museum fire, and applying the best practices that we can. This really is a good proactive approach to attempt to protect our communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Begay, any comments on this?
Yes, just basically what my colleagues are saying, and I do support, and I do know that, the same, we have to really be out there to consider the safety of the people that we serve, and so I mean, thank you.
I thank you. And Supervisor Begay, we're having problems hearing you too, just an FYI on your phone. So hopefully they can get that generator out there and get that Starlink going. So like to see you if we can. So, all right. Well, at this point, members of the board, we have before us a tentative budget, the Coconino County Flood Control District in the amount of $9,981,515. Do we have a motion?
So, Madam Chair, are we doing them individually or?
I apologize. You're right. I think what we had agreed to do is that we would discuss them individually and do them as one motion. Thank you, Supervisor Wright. So our next for discussion is a possible action for the jail district. So Siri.
Great, thank you, Chair Horseman and members of the board. So our next item is the Coconino County Jail District budget in the amount of $26,032,383. Just as a reminder for the public, this is funded with a sales tax. So there will not be a truth and taxation hearing for the final budget. It's already a voter approved sales tax to fund the district. So with that, the total budget again for the jail district is $26 million. And I will pause for any comments.
And a question to ask you, Siri, I understand this is because we have before us a jail district tax, is that correct? And is that tentative budget including that amount or no?
Thank you, Chair. So currently there is a tax that is in effect that will not expire during the upcoming fiscal year. So yes, in conjunction with those efforts to hopefully renew the tax, because it is of vital importance to that $26 million budget, and those efforts will be ongoing. But for the upcoming fiscal year 2023, the voters have already approved the current tax that continues until the expiration date in a few years.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that explanation. Any other comments or questions? Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yeah, with the jail tax and I lost it. I'm sorry, I had it, and then as I was waiting, I lost it. It was basically about with the jail tax coming up, what percentage, you said that the majority of this amount is from the jail tax. Is that 100%, or is it, are there other funding sources that are coming for this budget? Thank you.
Sure. Chair Horseman and Supervisor Vasquez, members of the board, the majority of the funding for the jail district does come from the sales tax. We do have a portion that is also recovered in what are called bed rentals, where other jurisdictions have the opportunity to have people in their custody also housed at our facility. So that is a portion of the revenue funding budget. And then we also have what's known as a general fund maintenance of efforts. So there is general fund support that goes to the district. And that's calculated annually based on before the jail district was formed. It's a statutory formula with a CPI or an inflation adjustment every year. And so that is a portion of the funding. I think it's shy of $4 million. So again, the majority though of the funding does come from the sales tax.
Thank you for that explanation. Any other questions or comments?
Just quickly, if I may, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In noting, we did have presentation by the sheriff, and for the folks that want to look into the budget of the jail district, you'll see that there are many programs that are run out of the jail in response to community requests that we consider how the jail is run, the opportunities associated with it, while also having the incarceration component. But trying to deal with or provide the opportunity for additional programming. So those programs are outlined as budget is needed for them. And as noted, it's supported by a sales tax that is very critical to those operations. So there will be an education effort to look at the potential of an initiative in the future, and hopefully people will listen to those education components. But for the sake of this budget, those programs and the capital component are a piece of that. So I do support the intent of what is in this budget, and I'm sure.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And just for clarification, and I think it has been, but just to over clarify, shall we say, it is that this 26 million is basically on the sales tax. It's already been approved. And of course, we are going out for continuation of this sales tax to continue to fund the Coconino County Jail District. Without that, without the sales tax funding, it would be coming from the general fund. And obviously that would substantially change our budget allocations here in the general fund. So thank you so much. And if there, Supervisor Begay, do you have some questions or comments?
Just that I know that this is a tentative budget and we will always have a chance to revisit if we have to, but I do support what was put together at this point in time, and that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. We hear you much better now, so thank you. So is there a motion?
We're holding it. We're holding it.
All of them.
Oh, sorry, I'm so used to doing this per motion, so we're going to take it as one. So I apologize for that. Let's go on for further discussion on item number 5, which is a tentative budget for the Public Health Service District in the amount of $28,428,807. So Siri.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The next item is the Coconino County Public Health Services District. This is another special district that is funded by a property tax. The property tax rate has been set at 25 cents in the past since the formation of the district. And the proposed budget before you also is a request for the board to continue that same rate. So it's based on no change to the property tax rate. We are required to hold a truth in taxation hearing. So we will do that prior to the final adoption. Again, where taxpayers can come and make public comment if they so choose regarding the property taxes for the district. That is required because while the rate is not recommended to change, the values within the district have increased, and therefore it results in a modest tax increase or levy increase for this upcoming fiscal year. So we will be presenting a truth in taxation hearing at our next scheduled meeting for the budget. And so with that, the recommendation again is for $28,428,807 for the Public Health Service District budget.
Thank you. And I would like to note that this is one of those areas where we really have benefited from the ARPA funding. And with that ARPA funding, the county, the Board of Supervisors, county made a substantial contribution for mental and behavioral health, and put a sizable sum of money within the health district to assist in our outreach for behavioral and mental health for our community. So any other comments or questions that the members of the board may have?
Just quickly, Madam Chair, adding to your comments, talk about a time of need for public health and safety through Health and Human Services. We continue to feel the impact of COVID and just appreciate all the work that our staff has provided, our agencies in cooperation. And then, as you noted, the chance to use federal money to continue to work in these areas. So definitely support the budget as outlined. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Sure, I support this one, and I didn't get to say it, but I support the jail tax one as well, the budget. But this budget has been so important with all the efforts with COVID and dealing with public health, and you know, we have to continue those efforts, and so I'm in support of this budget. Thank you.
Very good. Supervisor Begay, any comments?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, colleagues and everyone on the phone here and on the Zoom. Yes, I think this is very important and that we probably just need to, I know there was ARPA dollars used for this, and then also that I'm glad that the property tax is going to remain the same at this point in time until, we go out, just to go out with that for a levy increase. But anyway, I just wanted to say that public health services with this COVID thing that's going on and things like that, I think that we really did a good job as a county, and I my woman and her department and administrators too. So I just want to say thank you for being a part of it, and that we're all in this together, and I think that we should pursue and putting dollars into this as needed. So thank you very much.
Very good. And we will go on to the library district, item number 6, a tentative budget for 2023 for the Coconino County Library District in the amount of $5,646,589. Siri, please provide input on this.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. The County Library District is another one of our special districts that is funded by a property tax. So once again, prior to final adoption, we will be providing notice to the public of an intent for tax increase and holding a truth in taxation hearing. As presented by the Library District, the recommendation for fiscal year 2023 for the tentative budget is to change the rate from 0.25 cents to 0.26 cents and some change there. So a 0.01 increase in the tax rate, which does increase the total expenditures to $5.6 million. Included in that $5.6 million is $145,000. It's actually a transfer of funds to the Coconino County Law Library. So with that, I will pause for comments.
Members of the board, any comments? Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, I support the intent of this. Literacy and the use of public libraries, foundation of what we do, and very important. We saw the proposal, it made sense. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? Vice Chair Vasquez.
Support the library district. Very important that we encourage those public spaces to have the support that they need to provide it in the rural areas. So I support this budget.
Very good. Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I just want to say that being a member of the library district, I just wanted to say that I would like to really say that it's very, very important to get things out into our rural communities, and I do highly support this initiative and the budget that's being proposed. And if there's anything else we can do, to reevaluate and possibly, fund more somewhere along the way, that would be great. Maybe in the final budget. So I just want to say thank you very much for your support as my colleague.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Yes, and I'm sorry, I should have gone to you first, because Supervisor Begay, in fact, does sit on the library board and puts a lot of her time and energy in helping that library board. So, and I obviously also support this. I think that the library district and the libraries across Coconino County really help to provide equity and access throughout Coconino County, and especially some of our far rural parts of Coconino County. So with that, Siri, can we please move on to number 7? Tentative budget for the Toho-Tulani County Improvement District in the amount of $0. Siri Mullaney.
Yes, thank you, Chair and members of the board. Just for explanation, the Toho-Tulani County Improvement District was formed several years ago, and it has been the work within the district has been fully completed. But whenever we have an active or a non-closed special district, we are required to adopt a budget. So we don't have any planned expenditures for this district, but because it is still active, we are required to set a budget, and the recommendation is for a $0 budget for next year.
Very good. That might be very easy for us to handle. So any other comments from members of the board, or should we move on?
Madam Chair, if you support this budget, I'll try and keep the lights on in Tucson. Just being a wise guy there.
I promise I'll support the zero budget for you.
All right.
All right. Well, we could move on then to number 8. This is near and dear to my heart because we do need to keep the lights on in Tucson. This is a consideration of the 2023 tentative budget for the Tucson Special Street Lighting District in the amount of $11,400. Siri.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Our last district is the Tucson Special Lighting District, and this is funded through a special assessment. So a property tax that is a special assessment. It was agreed upon and voted on by the residents within the district to fund the utility bills for lighting services along Highway 64 in Tucson. The amount is unchanged from last year at $11,400.
Very good. Yes, and Tucson does need to keep those lights on, and this has important for us to continue forward. So of course, I am in favor of this. Any other comments or questions from members of the public, members of the board? And it looks like Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I have one question. So with the budget remaining as is of the $11,400, I assume that their expenditures were a lot less than that to keep the lights on.
Thank you, Supervisor. So every year the staff looks at the expenditures, the actual expenditures of the district, and does set the budget in an amount determined to be sufficient to continue to pay the utility bills as they come in.
Okay. I guess I do support this initiative also within the Coconino County. So thank you very much.
And any other comments or questions?
I just have to note, Madam Chair, this time with that included there, we can't hold out to see if we would get a second on that. We would start. It started with Paul Babbitt way back. And oh, please keep the lights on in Tucson. So.
Well, if I have to get Paul Babbitt to call you, I will.
There you go. But all in all, it's a special improvement district that we're the board of directors of, and their utility bills are pretty consistent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Sure, I support keeping the lights on in all our rural counties in Coconino County, but especially for Tucson in particular for this one. So.
All right, thanks, Vice Chair. Appreciate that. So with that, unless there are any other questions or concerns, we are now at a point where I've been trying to do throughout, and that is I am asking for a motion to approve items number 3 through 8 as the board of directors of the various special districts, which we are all wearing the numerous hats for this vote, for an adoption of the tentative budget for FY 2023 in the amounts that was specified in the staff reports, which we have now looked at and heard the reports from Siri. Do I have a motion?
A motion.
Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez has motioned that we adopt the tentative FY budget in the amounts that have been specified by staff for the various special districts that we have just individually gone through. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second the motion, and just a note, as we went through each one, acknowledged support of each as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Are there any comments before we call for the vote? With that, I am calling for the vote. All those in favor of the special districts adopting the tentative budget for FY 23, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It was unanimous. With that, we are now taking off all these other hats, and we now need to entertain a motion to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors. And we are now back to the Board of Supervisors consent agenda. Members of the public, consent agenda are consideration by the Board of Supervisors for matters that are administrative or routine in nature. These are considered by the board. However, we enact them by a single motion. If there needs to be discussion of any particular item, we remove it out of the consent agenda and place it as an individual action item. At this time, members of the board, is there any item that a member of the board would like to remove for consideration? I need to remove item 14 and separate that. And I will then recuse myself from the vote for item 14 because I am a precinct committee person being considered. So I would ask that 14 be removed from the consent agenda. Any other item removed from the consent agenda? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, can I have item 11 separated out, please?
Item 11, separated. Yes, any other items to be separated out from the consent agenda? Hearing none, members of the board, at this time, I would entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda for items 9 through 25, separating out item number 11 and 14. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the consent agenda as described by you.
Very good. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Vice Chair Vasquez seconds. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. So consent agenda has passed. We now have separated. We will take action on the two items we have removed. Item number 11 is consideration of possible action to approve a budget adjustment in the amounts of $750 from District 1, $1,550 from District 2, $200 from District 3, and $500 from District 4, our community initiative funds, in order to fund the Coconino County African Diaspora Advisory Council for expenses for the upcoming 2022 Juneteenth community event. And at this point, before we take a motion, I'm going to turn this over to Vice Chair Vasquez for comments.
Yes, thank you. We're really excited to be able to support the community Juneteenth event that's co-sponsored by various different organizations, including ADAC, including the Southside Community Association. And I'm sure I'm missing some, so I apologize, but we are excited on the county side to be able to support this effort. We had various supervisors from various districts put in some funding, and I really appreciate that so that we could do this collectively and show that the County Board of Supervisors supports different important events like the Juneteenth event here on the 18th. And so with that, we do have a special guest here, City Council person, Kara House, that's here to speak on behalf of ADAC and talk a little bit about the event. Kara, it's all yours.
Good morning, Council Member. Glad to have you with us here this morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you to all the Board of Supervisors. It's absolutely my pleasure to be here this morning. Juneteenth is a celebration that commemorates June 19th, 1865, when Union troops arrived in Galveston Bay, Texas, to announce General Order Number 3, which announced that the more than 250,000 enslaved Black people in the state were freed by executive decree. This day is a celebration within the Black and African diaspora community as a reflection on freedom, while we also recognize it as a commemoration for the rest of the nation as it is called to reflect upon the nature of liberation, freedom, and our own troubled history with the enslavement of African peoples in America, many of whom still struggle for the rights and freedoms that we often take for granted. It's important to note that even with Juneteenth, not all Black peoples in America were freed, as emancipation only came to those enslaved persons not in Confederate holdout territories, among other areas where slavery persisted beyond this proclamation. Flagstaff celebration is going on more than 10 years of local celebrations and commemorations of Juneteenth, National Independence Day, also known as Jubilee Day, Emancipation Day, and Freedom Day. ADAC is proud to host this annual commemoration in partnership with the Southside Community Association, Flagstaff's Live Black Experience Project, NAU's Ethnic Studies Program, and several community partner agencies who recognize and join us in acknowledging the significance of this day to American history and truly our future as a nation that is not afraid to grapple with, confront, and reconcile aspects of our history that are difficult but necessary. And Supervisor Vasquez, I'll just note, it would be impossible to note every name of all the different organizations that are supporting us with this. So thank you for the acknowledgement, and just know you're not ruffling any feathers by not naming everyone, because there's a lot. On behalf of ADAC, and I hope that I can say on behalf of all the agencies that are partnering with us for this year's expansive 3-day Juneteenth celebration, I want to offer thanks to the Board of Supervisors for considering assistance and funding for what we believe will be an historic commemoration this year, ranging from Friday, June 17th through Sunday, June 19th, and culminating in the nation's celebration of Juneteenth on June 20th. I'm happy to take any questions, and I thank you again for your support and your partnership in this important county and community event. Thanks.
Councilmember House, thank you so much for being here and for presenting. And certainly it was, my honor to join Vice Chair Vasquez, who initiated this request for our community initiative funds, and really be very, very happy to be part of it. And though it's a great celebration, there is certainly much, much more work that needs to get done. And I think that also underscores that as well. So thank you so much. And I'm going to turn this back over to Vice Chair Vasquez for comments, and if other board members would like to make comments thereafter. Vice Chair. You are on mute.
I got caught today muting myself. Okay, well, I was going to say if any of the board members would like to speak first, and then I'll finalize and put out a motion.
Very good. Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and Kara, thank you. You as well as the rest of the committee, but it's a whole community coming together. The most important piece I think I would like to comment on is just encouraging people to get out to Juneteenth. There really is a very special celebration, but even more importantly, when you're out there, involvement of the community that's so special. So thank you everybody for this. And I will be out of town, so I can't make it this year, but always try to. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Yes, thank you, Council House, for this presentation, and I'm honored to be part of contributing an amount to the initiative that's being put out there for us as County Board of Supervisors to consider. And one of the things that I know is that, as far as the African diaspora, they've contributed in very important ways to economic development in a lot of countries. And
Supervisor Begay, we are losing you. I'm sorry, we've just totally lost you.
So thank you. I know that what I know about this part is that the African diaspora have contributed in a lot of ways to economic development of many countries, and as well as including social, cultural, and political innovation. So I just want to say thank you for pursuing this and then making it happen and having people come together and do celebrations. So thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you. And with that, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes. Again, Councilwoman or Council Member House, thank you for bringing this to us and for your powerful words, very eloquent in describing why this event or this week of events, these 4 days of events are so important, and why it's so important that we have these conversations during the times that we live in. There's often times where we get caught up in the rat race and we look at the negativity of stuff. And this is a celebration. This is an opportunity to celebrate diversity, celebrate really freedom, as you said. And so I really appreciated your words, and thank you for being here, and really thank the whole community for putting this together. And I'm really excited to see how it can come out. Last year was the first time after the pandemic of having the event, and it was still, everybody was still kind of skeptical getting out. And this feels like the first summer kind of back to closer to normal, not quite there yet, but closer. And one thing that I've been noticing just in general with different groups that I've been meeting with is how much we have that human need to reconnect, how much over the last 2 years we've disconnected. And these kind of events, such as Juneteenth, such as some of the other things going on in our community, opportunities to reconnect with people that are near and dear to us in our community. And so I'm really excited for Juneteenth, and really encourage everybody who can go to please participate in any of the 4 days where you can in the events. And we will have information available out in the public. We can post it through my office. We can post it through the county, ADAC, whatnot, like direct people to the information that they need, so that, because when I originally thought of Juneteenth for this year, I thought it was just Saturday like last year, but now there's multiple events. So even in that sense, it's gotten more sophisticated and more opportunities for people to engage and celebrate together. So with that, I'd like to put in a motion to approve the budget adjustment in the amounts of $750 from District 1, $1,550 from District 2, $200 from District 3, and $500 from District 4. Community initiative funds to the Coconino County Africa Diaspora Advisory Council for the expenses for the 2022 Juneteenth community event.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion from Vice Chair, a second from Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. And thank you again, Council Member House, for being here. And may the celebration continue. So thank you. All right, members of the board, we had one other item that we had to remove, and that is item 14. I am recusing myself from item 14 because I am in consideration as a precinct committee person. I'm going to turn this over to Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez for this motion.
So before I put in this motion, I don't know if I should also recuse myself, because I do believe that I wrote a write-in nomination form. So I don't know if that means that I need to recuse myself. And if I do, we only have 2 other board members, so we wouldn't have a quorum.
No, we
So
do.
I'm not sure how to proceed.
We
We
do
do
have a
have-
quorum, even
we
if,
do.
yes, we do. And because we have a quorum to start this meeting. So if 2 people recuse themselves, we still have a quorum. We have 2 people voting. And I don't know whether you need to recuse yourself for that purpose. I am actually running, and I would be considered, and that's why I do need to recuse myself. So I think we need legal counsel to let us know what we need to do at this point.
Madam Chair, Aaron Lumpkin here with the Coconino County Attorney's Office. Vice Chair Vasquez, my advice at this time would be, since the situation seems to be in doubt and I don't have a clear answer on this, but since we do have a quorum of supervisors present, it would be my advice to abstain from voting and allow the remaining members to vote.
Very good. Then with that legal advice, Supervisor Ryan, you are now the chair. Would you please oversee this?
That's fine and understood on that. And so just to explain the process at this point, if we do vote on this, I'll read out the recommended motion for you to hear, Judy. If you choose to move it, because we have two acting supervisors, it would have me step in for a second associated with that if we move in that direction, and then we call for the vote. We do have the record before us, and it should be noted again that Chair Horstman is recusing herself, and Vice Chair Vasquez is also recusing himself on this. So the recommended motion is that we approve the cancellation of the election for office of precinct committeeman to be held on August 2nd, 2022, and declare the candidates who filed a nomination petition or write-in nomination paperwork to be elected precinct committee people as defined in ARS 16-822B. And that is the recommended motion. And so I'll turn to you, Supervisor Begay. Would you consider making that motion?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to recommend a motion to approve the cancellation of the election of the office of precinct committeeman to be held on August 2nd, 2022, and declare the candidates who filed a nomination petition or write-in nomination paperwork to be elected precinct committeeman as defined in ARS 16-822B. That's my motion.
And I will second the motion. And now I will call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries with quorum present. And it should be noted, the vote is 2 in favor, 2 abstentions, and 1 absent. Okay, and that will take care of item 14.
Thank you.
That's the first one I've had. We came close a long time ago, but well done.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you standing in, Supervisor Ryan. You have a lot of experience as chair, so I knew you could do it. So thank you. Members of the board, we are now at item 26. However, we need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second? Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor to resolve as a board or the Flood Control District Board of Directors, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous.
Aye.
We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Members of the public, we are now sitting as the Flood Control District. We have before us the Flood Control District consent agenda. And as I indicated before, agenda items on the consent agenda are done by one motion. These are usually routine and or administrative in nature. Members of the board, we have 2 items on the consent agenda. Do either of these need to be removed for individual discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Deputy County Manager Andriani.
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to let you know that item 26 is being pulled. I think we had a discussion yesterday. That item will be held for next week. It actually should have been placed on the regular consent agenda and inadvertently got placed on flood control. So I apologize for that mistake, but it will be on next week on the correct agenda, the general fund agenda. So
very good. Very good. Item 20.
Just item 27 is up for consideration today. Thank you.
Very good. So members of the board, we have a consent agenda. Item 26 has been removed for further discussion at an upcoming meeting. We have before us item number 27 on the consent agenda. This is a possible action to approve an increase to the Flood Control District's budget authority and budget adjustment in the amount of $500,000 to account for the increase in expenses anticipated for the Flood Control District's pre-flood prep for the tunnel/Schultz fire flood area and the museum flood area. Members of the board, are there any discussion before we entertain a motion? See none, do I have a motion?
Yeah, I'll motion that we We move to approve the increase in the flood controls district authority and budget adjustment in the amount of $500,000 to the account for the increase in expenses anticipated for the flood control district's pre-flood prep for the Tunnel Schultz fire flood area and the museum area.
Very good. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second,
Okay, I'll give it to Judy. I was on mute.
All right, and we have a second by Supervisor Begay. Members of the board, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Members of the board, we now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
So moved by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez. All those in favor say aye.
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 It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors. So members of the board, we are now entering into a number of items that are set for public hearing. Members of the public, please look, and our agenda items 28 through 32 will be public hearings. We are going to take each one of these individually. We will go ahead and read them into the record. We will then give an opportunity for the staff to present. Then our staff will open these for public hearings, for public comments, for members of the public, and our clerk will let the public know how you can address these action items as a member of the public. So at this point, we are going to go to item 28. This is our public hearing for consideration and possible recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding an application number 190768 for a Series 6, that's a bar, liquor license for Mormon Lake Lodge. The agent is Scott Irving Gold, and it is located at 1991 Mormon Lake Road, Mormon Lake, Arizona. And this is, I understand, in District 4. At this time, I'm going to turn this over to our clerk of the board to give us background and to provide any information we might need going forward on this. So thank you, Clerk Daly.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. As you said, this is a liquor license for a Series 6 bar liquor license at Mormon Lake Lodge, which is located at, let's see here, 1991 Mormon Lake Road in Mormon Lake. I went out and did the posting for this liquor license. As you know, this came before you not too long ago, but the business has a new owner. So they are working under an interim permit currently. And Miss Andrea Lukowitz is here on behalf of the agent, Scott Gold, today, in case there are any questions. But we did get the posting up. It's been posted for more than 20 days. We have not received any comments regarding the liquor license application. We sent it out to our departments, the Sheriff's Office, Health Department, Community Development, and our risk manager for review. And there are no concerns regarding the application. The board does not issue the license, but does make its recommendation based off of knowledge of the area to the State Liquor Board. And that's item number 28.
Very good. And so this is just a change of ownership is what I understand. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the applications have all been followed with both applications for the liquor license and have been reviewed by Sheriff, Health District, Community Development, Risk Manager, and there have been no concern raised by them either. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct, Chair Horstman.
Very good. And at this time, is the applicant agent would like to address the board or not?
Sure, she's here. There she is. She's just bumping over to panelist view. And just as a note, Supervisor Lena Fowler has joined us.
Very good. Welcome, Supervisor Fowler. And Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Supervisor Begay, I know this is in your district, and you want to introduce the agent or any comments you would like to make at this point.
Madam Chair, it is in my district, in District 5. This license liquor license is at the North Rim Grand Canyon.
No, Supervisor,
There yet?
we are not there yet. We are in item 20.
I apologize, Madam Chair and Board.
We all like to be at the North Rim, so with that, we like Mormon Lake too. So with that, this is in Mormon Lake, and I do understand Supervisor Brigade, this is in your district.
Yes, it is.
So any comments you would like to make? Would you like to introduce the agent?
Well, I'm not on the Zoom. I'm still on the phone yet. So, but anyway, I do appreciate her coming on and briefing us in, and then also that, you know, I do concur with this initiative that has been brought to us, and that it's been, we've talked about this prior before, and I basically think it's just a change of ownership. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Would the agent like to be heard on this?
Good morning, Supervisor Horstman. This is Andrea Lukowitz. I'm happy to answer any questions. As you understand it, it is a transfer of the license to Aramark, which is a national company I'm sure you're aware of, holds other liquor licenses throughout the country and in Arizona, and specifically in Coconino County as well, up at Lake Powell. So they have acquired the interests of Forever Resorts. I had a long talk with Supervisor Fowler the other day, and Forever Resorts actually identified Aramark as the company it hoped would take over its portfolio of properties because it most aligned with its values. The principals of Forever Resorts both had passed away, and so this was important to them that they maintain as much of the values and the structure that they have in place. And Aramark has actually retained all of the employees from the previous owner and looks forward to continue to be a positive force in the community.
And just for clarification, because you had indicated you had talked to Supervisor Fowler, we are on item number 28, which is a Series 6 liquor license for Mormon Lake Lodge. Are you here representing Mormon Lake Lodge?
Yes, I apologize for that confusion. You're exactly right. Both Supervisor Fowler and I think we thought this one was going to come first. But yes, it is the same applicant for both of these properties. And I'm specifically right now talking about the Mormon Lake Lodge. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that clarification. Appreciate that. So, all right, members of the board, any comments or questions before we open this for a public hearing? With that, this is a time, members of the public, for a public hearing on a Series 6 bar liquor license for Mormon Lake Lodge. This is a transfer of ownership. If you would like to be heard on this for the public hearing, please be heard and give us your thoughts. And I'm going to turn this over to the clerk so she can explain how you can address us here today.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if you would like to make a public comment regarding item number 28's liquor license application, you can hit the raise hand icon, which appears if you hover at the bottom of your screen, and it looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you're on the telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak at this time. There are currently no hands raised.
Very good. Members of the public, this is the last call to be heard on the public hearing for Series 6 liquor license for Mormon Lake. So Mormon Lake Lodge.
And we have no hands.
Hearing no response from the public, I'm going to close the public hearing. Members of the board, at this time, are there any more comments or questions? Or are we ready to entertain a motion for the recommendation of approval for the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control for this Series 6 liquor license? I am going to turn this over to Supervisor Begay then. Would you like to make the motion, Supervisor Begay?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move to recommend approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding application number 190768 for a Series 6 bar liquor license for Mormon Lake Lodge, Agent Scott Irvin Gold, located at 1991 Mormon Lake Road, Mormon Lake, Arizona, 86038.
I'll second that motion.
Have a motion by Supervisor Begay, second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor, say aye.
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 It is unanimous. So with that, we are moving on to the next item, which is also a public hearing item. And this is consideration of possible recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control regarding an application 189963 for a Series 006 bar liquor license for the North Rim Lodge at Grand Canyon. The agent is Willard Leslie Butts, located at Grand Canyon National Park, North Rim, Arizona. This is in District 5. And so I'm going to turn this over to Lindsay Daly for comments, and then I will turn it over to Supervisor Fowler. So Lindsay Daly, can you give us an update on this?
Thank you, Chair Horstman. And actually, item 29, 30, and 31 are all the same agent. So they just have 3 different series of applications. One is for a Series 6 bar, one is for a Series 7 beer and wine bar, and one is for a Series 10 beer and wine store. So they're all, I'm sorry.
If these are all the same, why don't we go ahead and take these as one, if that is in agreement with the rest of the board, and we will take this as one for input for the public hearing as well.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. So this is, we received these 3 liquor licenses from the state, and it's for the North Rim Lodge at Grand Canyon, Agent Willard Leslie Butts, located at Grand Canyon National Park, North Rim in North Rim, Arizona. Again, it's for Series 6 bar, Series 7 beer and wine bar, and Series 10 beer and wine store. The applications were posted at the location for more than 20 days. We did not receive any comments regarding the applications. We did send it out to the Sheriff's Office, Health Department, Community Development, and Risk Manager for review of the applications, and they do not have any concerns regarding the applications. As Ms. Lukowitz is here representing the agent, they are under new ownership. And again, the board does not issue the application, but makes a recommendation to the state as to a recommendation of approval, disapproval, or offer no recommendation to the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Daly, I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Lindsay. Hi, Andrea. We're a little timely today, I guess. I just would like to inform the board and the public that this is under new ownership on the North Rim of the Grand Canyon National Park, concessionaire new owners, and they have kept all the employees, the same managers, and just really the same operation. So I just like to recommend approval. They are operating throughout Coconino County. The Airmark is even in Page and now at the North Rim and the Mormon Lake Lodge. So they're really great to work with, and I'd just like to recommend the recommendation of this liquor license. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. And if the applicant would like to make any comments, now's the time, or if the comments you've already made are enough, we'll proceed then and open this to a public hearing. So Andrea, any other comments you'd like to make before we open this?
Just one more thing related specifically to this location. Supervisor Fowler and I had mentioned also that Aramark continues to support efforts to extend the season up at the lodge if possible. So besides that, the same comments as before. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you for being with us here this morning. So members of the public, you have heard the information. The applicant, this is a change of ownership for a 006 bar liquor license, a Series 007 beer and wine bar liquor license, and a Series 10 beer and wine store. This is recommendation. We are considering recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses. Our clerk has outlined that the applicant followed the process as required by statute, that we've heard nothing or no response from the public, and that the has been reviewed and have had no concerns from the statutory requirements within Sheriff's Office, Health District, Community Development, and Risk Manager. So now is the time to hear from you members of the public. I'm going to have Clerk Daly one more time go through how you can appear for this public hearing. So Clerk Daly.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. If you would like to make a comment at this time regarding item 29, 30, or 31, which are Series 6, Series 7, and Series 10 liquor licenses under the agent, let me see, make sure I've got it right, under agent Willard Leslie Butts, you can raise your hand by clicking on the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover at the bottom of your screen, and that will notify us that you would like to comment. If you're on the telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to comment on one of these 3 items or all of the 3 items.
All right, now is the time.
There are no hands raised at this time.
Very good. Last call, members of the public, if you'd like to address us for the public hearing this morning.
No hands raised, Chair Horstman.
Very good. Then hearing that, I'm going to close the public hearing and I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Fowler for a motion on items 29, 30, and 31.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Andrea, for bringing up the year-round season. As the board knows and public knows that Board of Supervisors been working with the National Park Service and the business concessionaires at the North Rim to be able to keep the North Rim open year-round. It's a process and it's a slow process, but we've been working on it for some time now. And so that will continue. So that is really good news. And with that, I'd like to move that we approve the recommendation for each of the items. And Madam Chair, if it needs to be read into the record, the items for each of them, if you would ask one of the board members to do so, I would really appreciate that.
All right, very good. And I made a mistake here. So it's 30, 31, and 32. Members of the board, there is a motion for approval for a Series 7 and a Series, I want to make sure.
Sorry, Chair Horstman, not 32. 32 has another one, another liquor license, sorry.
So I just saw it was also the North Rim.
I
So
know.
we're here for 29, 30, and 31. So I was originally correct. So it's a Series 6, a Series 7, and a Series 10 liquor license for the North Rim Lodge at Grand Canyon. We have a motion from Supervisor Fowler. Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair, noting that we're approving 3 independent licenses as noted in the discussion.
Very good. We have a second.
And Madam Chair, it's a recommendation for approval. Thank you.
We have a second for a recommendation from approval by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So now we are moving on. And this is a last public hearing that was not considered with the other public hearings. This is a public hearing consideration and possible recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licensing and Control regarding an application 196075 for a Series 10 beer and wine store liquor license for North Rim County or North Rim Country Store agent Lawrence Frank Innes Jr. located at Highway 67, 26 miles south of Jacob Lake in Fredonia, Arizona. And I also understand that this is in District 5 as well. At this time, before we open it for a public hearing, I'm going to turn this over to Clerk Daly to provide the information on this. Thereafter, I'll turn this over to Supervisor Fowler. So Clerk Daly.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. As you noted, this is for the North Rim Country Store located at Highway 67, just 26 miles south of Jacob Lake in Fredonia. Lawrence Franklin Inez Jr. is the agent, and the application is for a Series 10 beer and wine store liquor license. A liquor license has existed at the location in the past. However, the business is under new ownership, and the new owner is currently working off of an interim permit while the process is underway. I did speak to Mr. Inez. He was not able to be here for the public hearing today, but the application and public hearing notice has been posted for more than 20 days at the location. We have not received any comments or concerns regarding the application. We did send the application out to our sheriff's office, health department, risk manager, and community development department for review of the application. They do not have any concerns regarding the application. And then also, again, this is for a recommendation to the state regarding the application as to whether the board would offer a recommendation of approval, disapproval, or offer no recommendation at this time, just based off of the knowledge of the area. Thank you.
Very good. And Clerk Daly, I think what you're saying then is the applications are in order and there have been no objections. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair Horstman.
Thank you. And at this time, Supervisor Fowler, this is in your district. So before we open it up to public hearing, I'm going to turn this to you.
Thank you. And as mentioned, once again, this is a new ownership, and also the community just supports these businesses. So I recommend that we recommend approval for this liquor license. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Supervisor Fowler. Members of the public, now is the time to be heard. This is a public hearing on a possible recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control for a Series 10 beer and wine store liquor license for North Rim Country Store. With that, I'm going to turn this over to our clerk to explain to the public how they can join us for this public hearing.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anybody from the public would like to make a comment during the public hearing for item number 32, you can raise your hand by hovering at the bottom of your screen and hitting the raise hand icon that looks like a hand. Or if you're on the phone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us you would like to speak. We have no hands raised at this time, Chair Horstman.
Thank you. And this is our last call, members of the public, for the public hearing on a Series 10 liquor license for the North Rim Country Store.
And there are no hands raised.
Hearing that, we are closing the public hearing. If there are any additional comments, otherwise, I will turn this over to Supervisor Fowler for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we approve this liquor license as you're driving on the way to the North Rim. So I recommend that we approve this item. Thank you. I make that motion for approval.
We have a motion to recommend approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor say aye.
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 It is unanimous. So we will do so. So thank you very much. And members of the board, we are now on item number 33. This is a discussion and update and possible direction to staff regarding state and federal legislative priorities and legislative and administrative updates. And County Manager, I'll turn this over to you unless you want to go directly to Trey.
We can go directly to Trey, Madam Chair. He's teed up, ready to go.
Then Public Affairs Director Trey Williams, please present.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Thank you so much. I'm just sharing my screen right quick. And get my presentation going here. Okay. Before I begin, I just want to confirm, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Well, again, thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. It's great to be with you today for a state and federal legislative update. Today, I'll give an update on the activities that have been going on at the state legislature, and then also give you a federal update as well. Moving into the state legislative update. So the legislature, we're well past the 100 days that the legislature has by rule to complete its work and pass the budget and pass the necessary bills and then adjourn sine die. So the main obvious holdup has been the passage of a budget. They have not been able to get to the 16 and 31 votes necessary to pass the budget. So those negotiations have been going on for many months now. And as the legislature tries to get consensus on the budget, they're continuing to pass bills and continuing to advance legislation. Today is actually the 149th day of the legislative session. As you all know, we're in June, which makes this one of the longer legislative sessions historically. However, legislative sessions have dragged on until July. So we're only a month away from that. Hopefully it won't be that. The update I'll give in a little bit, it looks like we might be making progress towards sine die sooner or later. The governor has signed 292 bills into law, which is about, that's a little bit higher amount. I mean, it's anywhere from 250 to 400 bills. So we'll see if we have, if we get to the 380 plus bills that have been signed into law previously during the last legislative session. And the governor finally issued his first veto. That veto was for HB 2617, sponsored by Representative Joseph Chaplik. That bill would have outlined additional reasons for a voter registration to be canceled and would have required the county recorder to cancel registrations for those reasons. The governor vetoed that bill on the grounds that the bill created vague guidelines for canceling voter registration. And he also touted the many election integrity bills that he has signed and that have been introduced and advanced by the legislative majority. And so for that reason, he vetoed HB 2617. And just as a reminder, the laws that were passed during this legislative session, unless they have an emergency clause, will go in, or a specific enactment date, will go into effect 90 days after the legislature adjourns sine die. Before I move into some more bills of interest that have been enacted, are there any questions?
Are there any questions from members of the board? Supervisor Ryan?
No, it's pretty straightforward from where we were in the past. Thanks, Madam Chair.
All right, please continue then, Trey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to give you an update on some bills of interest that have been enacted, especially in the election space. I'm going to move on to some of the other election bills, but these are the ones of interest that have been enacted and signed by the governor. The first one is HB 2236, sponsored by Representative Jake Hoffman. This bill requires that a person affirmatively request to be registered to vote before any agency or political subdivision can provide that voter registration form to them. HB 2237, which prohibits the ability to offer same-day voter registration, in which a person registers to vote and then on that same day their registration is active and they can vote. That has been prohibited by the legislature via HB 2237. SB 1008, elections recount margin, sponsored by Senator Michelle Ugenti Rita. This bill changes the threshold for recount, so it triggers, it basically, right now there's a larger margin that's required, and so it basically narrows that to allow for to amend the margin when recounts are required. And then lastly, SB 1013, Secretary of State federal form, was recently signed by the governor. This bill basically requires, this was passed as part of the budget last year that was litigated and declared unconstitutional by the Arizona State Supreme Court. And so this provision was in that budget, which requires the Secretary of State to apply to the U.S. Election Assistance Commission for inclusion of our own state-specific instructions for the federal form. If you want to register to vote via the National Voter Registration Act, it was called like the Motor Voter Bill that Congress passed, and it required that registrants be offered a federal form. And you'll recall that there was litigation 10 plus years ago regarding whether or not our requirement for citizenship would be required whenever voters were registering using that federal form. And the Supreme Court said that for the federal form, we couldn't require the state-specific requirements, but we could apply to the Election Assistance Commission and then ask the Election Assistance Commission to have state-specific instructions, at which point that it would be required that someone be a citizen per Arizona state law. So that's what this bill would have done. It would have required the Secretary of State to make that application to the Election Assistance Commission. That bill has been signed by the governor, and it has not received a chapter number yet. And then moving forward into the just a brief update. I know I've been keeping you updated on the bills that have been moving. The last time I was before you, there was anywhere from 25 to 26 election bills. That's been narrowed further per the bills I just explained. And then in terms of the bills that we support, SB 1460, which is election law amendments that were brought forward by the Arizona Association of Counties on behalf of county recorders and election officials, has passed the legislature. It's been sent to the governor. It awaits action from the governor. We do expect it to be signed. And then HB 2170, election mailing third-party disclosures, which would have required the disclosure that someone was a third party providing election mailing, failed the Senate 1513. And then some good news on the bills that we opposed. HB 2238, which would have prohibited, set a number of requirements as well as a prohibition on ballot drop boxes, sponsored by Representative Jake Hoffman, failed the Senate 1415. HB 2289, challengers polling places tabulation observation, continues to await the Senate Rules Committee. We've received confirmation from partners as well as legislative leadership that this bill is not going anywhere this session, especially in the Senate. And then HB 2602, polling places emergency voting centers, which would have created burdensome and onerous requirements for establishing emergency voting centers, failed the Senate 1514. So some good news on the election bills front, and then also some good news in terms of bills that we've supported that are now advancing in the election space. And then before I open it up for questions, obviously you can ask me questions anytime, but the short-term and vacation rental legislation is on hold. Doesn't look like this is going to get done this session. There's still a lack of agreement between stakeholders. And so this bill is continuing to await House floor action, and its last action was in April when it passed the House Rules Committee. Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm just going to go on to a fiscal and budget update before going on to a federal update.
All right, before we go to federal, any questions or comments on state? I'm going to make one that just I'm anxious to hear where we are with the budget, if and when they finally get that passed. You know, we have noted that there's a $5.3 billion state surplus in the budget this year. And we certainly are looking to see that if our state legislatures do the right things with regards to putting money forward for our public education system here in Arizona. And so we await with bated breath the actions of the state legislature on passing a budget with a tremendous budget surplus. Any other questions, comments with regards to the state update?
Yeah, I have a question. First, a comment. I agree with my colleague about the importance of public education and how we need to put this, invest this part of this rainy day fund towards public education. It's kind of like the stuff with our federal matching. It's a unique opportunity. It might not come again in our lifetime to have this kind of money available to invest in our public education infrastructure. And so I really hope that the state legislature is able to work that budget out and provide the necessary tools that our public education system needs in Arizona. And so my question to you, Trey, is what is the sense of where that's at right now? I know that there's folks that are negotiating and trying to figure out a way to make that happen. Do you have a sense of where that's at in that process, or is it still too early to tell?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Vasquez, it's still too early to tell. The leaked budget agreement came out this morning. We received it. And we're still analyzing it with partners. I planned on a full presentation at next week's meeting. Of course, I think with this, I really haven't had time to delve into it to be able to see what that public education impact is and where they've landed in those negotiations. But once I receive those information, I will share that with the board and with you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, members of the board, with regards to the state legislative update? All right, then please go ahead to the federal update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So before I go into just a more general update, I just wanted to start with some housekeeping items. Number one is a request from NACO to specific committees. Last week, NACO sent out a request for signatures for a letter of support for the U.S. Competes Act. This is a bill that seeks to make America more economically competitive against our global competitors. And it's currently in conference between the House and the Senate versions in the U.S. Congress. And what NACO is looking to do is to send a letter to the conference committee to be able to show the support for the U.S. Competes Act. It was sent to specific steering committees of NACO, as well as the Western Interstate region. So I know that Chair Horstman and Supervisor Fowler have signed on to this letter, but for Chair Horstman, you serve on the Public Land Steering Committee. They sent it to that committee. Supervisor Fowler sent this to the county manager and I, as well as the chair, because she serves on the Community Development and Economic and Workforce Development Steering Committee. And that was one of the other committees that they targeted for asking elected officials to sign on to this letter. But as members of WIR, that would also include Supervisors Begay and Ryan, as well as Vice Chair Vasquez. So if you haven't signed on to this letter yet, I will, once I'm done here, I'll forward it to you so it's at the top of your inbox. There's just a link that you click on, you put in your information, you select it, Western Interstate region, you toggle and play and then sign your name. It's very easy. So I will just make sure to send that to the rest of the board members so it's at the top of your inbox if you didn't see it last week.
Yeah, and I think that's really important, Trey, that everybody do, in fact, be heard on this. So Supervisor Ryan, sorry.
Is it a recommendation, and why don't we just move forward with the recommendation of getting a signature on behalf of the county under the chair's signature on that?
For reasons that are not clear, that's what we wanted to do, Supervisor.
Okay, so I'm good with that. Yeah.
Not clear. They want individual letters.
Oh.
Individuals. I think they felt it was more important to have an individual response. And as since we're all members of CSA and CSA is a member of WIR, we are all members of WIR. So it's important as WIR members that you, Supervisor Ryan and Supervisor Begay sign on to the letter. So, and Vice Chair Vasquez, I don't think you've signed yet either. So.
Madam Chair, if I just may add to that, so they're looking to show impact for the level of support for the bill. So they don't want just a letter from one board. They're looking to have each elected official sign that letter. And they've made it very easy where rather than doing everything through email and exchanging electronic signatures, they created a portal. And that portal, you click on the link and then you sign your name and then you select which steering committee or WIR. And then that fills in the rest on the letter for NACO. So they made it super easy for everyone to show that impact and the level of support for the U.S. Competes Act.
Okay, Trey, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Then also an update on the Grand Canyon Protection Act. This is a bill that has been introduced by Senators Kelly and Sinema. There was an effort previously during the end of last year to get this particular bill into the National Defense Authorization Act, which was ultimately unsuccessful. So this bill is still outstanding. As a reminder, this bill would make permanent the temporary ban on new uranium mining in and around the Grand Canyon that was put into place by the Obama administration in 2012. And so what this would do is this bill would make permanent that ban on new uranium mining and the risks that it poses. Chair Horstman has sent letters based off of a request from the Grand Canyon Trust to Senators Kelly and Sinema, regarding the Grand Canyon Protection Act. And then she has also submitted a quote to Senator Kelly for his press release regarding the Grand Canyon Protection Act. There is a hearing in the Senate Energy, Natural Resources and Energy Committee, and the Subcommittee on Public Land, Forest and Mining is occurring today. And so that letter just reiterates Coconino County's support for the act and explains why it's necessary. And then we are also working to submit an op-ed in the Arizona Daily Sun in support of the Grand Canyon Protection Act.
Fingers crossed, this is finally going to get through the Senate, so we can only hope.
Indeed.
Please proceed, Trey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So now we have an update on the community project funding request. As a reminder, these were the requests that each House office was allowed to make, up to 10 community project funding requests. And then the Senate was also allowed to submit community project funding requests. And as a reminder, this is a line item in the federal appropriations bills for specific community project funding. And when that item is put in the appropriations bill, it allows those funds to be spent in the community for projects that are important and necessary, and that also have a federal nexus. So we did submit 9 projects, 5 to Congressman O'Halloran's office and 9 to Senators Kelly and Sinema in April. And I've shared with you some good news on this front, but I kind of wanted to summarize. We've actually had further development, so I wanted to bring everyone up to speed. First of all, I wanted to just go over the projects that did not secure funding, but that we did submit just as a reminder. This was the Coconino Center for the Arts HVAC replacement, scored at $750,000. An addition for a High Country Humane Facility, scored at $2.1 million total cost. HHS drive-through, $2.5 million total cost. The pump house wetland acquisition and wetland pond restoration at $1.35 million. The Bill Williams Mountain Restoration Project, which we requested $2.75 million. The overall amount that the cost is $15 million. And then the Belmont infrastructure improvements, we requested $3.8 million. So these are the projects that did not secure funding per our request. However, I'm very happy to report that members of Congress have submitted the following community project funding requests by Coconino County. One I've already shared with you previously, that's the Coconino County Regional Tribal Service Center, a proposed North Regional Service Center for Coconino County in Tuba City. The overall project cost we scored there was $2.5 million. The Congressman O'Halloran has submitted this as one of his 15 requests. And I just want to note that he received, we received word that he received 100 requests and he only had 15, and we were one of those 15. So congratulations to the board and to my fellow colleagues on that accomplishment. I think that we're very excited and grateful to Congressman O'Halloran for this funding, and the funding that will be provided by the federal government per community project funding will be $1 million for this project. And then I'm also happy to share with you that the Senator Kirsten Sinema submitted a community project funding request in the amount of $1 million for the Digital Transformation Initiative. And I'll share a reminder on what each one of these projects are after I just summarize here. So if you're wondering, want a refresher, I'm about to cover that. And then the Fort Tuthill water sewer replacement has also been submitted by Senator Sinema at $3 million. And then Senator Kelly has submitted one item for congressionally directed funding. Congressionally directed funding are items within the budget. Each agency will have a budget, but some of that funding that is associated with that agency requires congressional direction on some discretionary spending. So what congressionally directed funding is it's Congress in the federal budget telling, directing agencies how Congress wants these funds to be spent and to what projects. So it's not quite the same thing as community project funding. It's a little different. And I'm happy to share with you that Senator Kelly also submitted the Fort Tuthill water sewer replacement for congressionally directed funding at $3 million as well. So we have a very good chance of drawing down these dollars for the Fort Tuthill water sewer replacement.
So does that mean we get $6 million?
Unfortunately, no. That means $3 million total for our request, but we got it in multiple places, which means that we have a very good likelihood that we will be able to secure this funding.
Darn. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. We'd have a balance left over if we did that. I think the project cost was I don't quite remember the overall project cost, but yeah, if only. Just as a reminder on what these were, so the Coconino County Regional Tribal Service Center, overall cost was $2.5 million. We submitted this under the USDA Community Facilities Grant. I already described the proposed service center. Happy to answer any questions on this if there are any.
Let's try to move it along because we're
Okay.
run out of time here. It's okay.
Got it. Okay, and then the Digital Transformation Initiative, this one was submitted under the National Archives and Records Administration, National Historical Publications and Records Commission. So when we submitted this to Senator Sinema, this is a project that would eliminate paperwork and create electronic access, and then promote and enhance the ease of accessibility for the public as it relates to business with Coconino County, as well as public records and access to public information and public activities. And then the last one is that quad water sewer replacement. So the overall cost there was $4.4 million, Madam Chair. I knew it wasn't quite $6 million, but the overall cost there was $4.4 million. We were awarded the full $3 million. And what this would do is this would allow us to replace the 1929 water and sewer lines that service the historic quad and park visitors, and allow us to update the water and sewer system at Fort Tuthill and provide funding to help us accomplish that project for our residents and visitors. That concludes my update. Happy to answer any questions. As always, thank you very much.
And just that's excellent news with regards to the community project update, and a big thank you, of course, to Representative O'Halloran and to our senators, Kelly and Sinema. That's great that our projects, which are more than worthy, all of them were, but that some of our projects look like they're going to be able to receive these fundings. So these funding dollars. So thank you so much, Trey. Any other questions or comments? And it's almost 12. So let's take questions and comments. And I'm going to turn this over to the county manager to see how he wants to proceed, because we're a little behind.
Madam Chair, if I may, I would just be remiss without recognizing Bob and Anna of our federal team with Nexus Consulting. They were really integral in our community project funding request. So I just wanted to make sure to acknowledge all of their hard work. We're really grateful to have them and work with them.
Thanks, Trey. Absolutely, you're right.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
I want to make a comment.
Very good. What I did, Vice Chair Vasquez, and then we'll go to you, Judy. Just one moment. Vice Chair.
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
All right. So then Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Trey, for your update. I'm really glad that you know, and that the project for the Coconino County Regional Tribal North Service Center, I think it's overly overdue, and it's needed really bad here within the county. So I just wanted to thank everyone that has been involved, my colleagues, Anna and Bob and O'Halloran, and everyone that was involved in getting this to be considered for us. And as you know, the north part of the county, and then also the southern part of the county, all in all, I think the northern part of it would really have access and to utilize the services there. So I'm really looking forward to it. It's long overdue, and I'm glad that it's being pushed on behalf of our constituents. So I wanted to say thank you so much for pushing this along and making sure that the contacts were there, and that and I know that we've talked to certain people at various times, Supervisor Fowler, myself, and others. Even our board chair and vice chair. Everybody's been in support, and we were able to get funded, or possible funding, to ensure that we have the center in the northern part of the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other any other comments? Well, we look forward to getting the funding for these important projects. So keep us informed, Trey, and Anna and Bob, you're exactly right. For a big thank you for all their very hard work on our behalf. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to the county manager. County manager, We haven't done such a good job for you, but we've done a lot of important work this morning.
So if you can give me 5 minutes, I'll get through the planning calendar and my highlights. And then if the board wishes to look at their updates, roundtable updates after lunch, we can do that.
You know, and I think we should do it after lunch. We're supposed to be doing our light, and this is not the light. This is supposed to be our updates. And so I think it might be good if we just do it after lunch. But if you could provide your update in your planning calendar right now, that would be great.
Yeah. Lindsay, if you can pull up the planning calendar, I'm just going to cover the next 2 meetings for June very quickly. And so on the 14th, you'll see that we have a 6 p.m. meeting on June 14th. The items there, the West Coconino Fire Rescue District item is on, and then of course other consent and action items will be coming in. The preliminary agenda is still being worked on, and then on also that evening we'll be doing an update on museum, as well as also, well, I think we're going to be doing an update on tunnel as well. So with regard to prep for those 2 emergency events we've been working with. The 28th, the consent, we've got consent items. We do have a liquor license hearing for District 4, and then roundtable items, as you can see on the calendar. After lunch, the Treasurer Benatar will be making a presentation on the tax deed sale process, and then from there, Trey will be giving an update on legislative. We are planning an executive session with the board, the county attorney, and the county recorder to get an update on elections related litigation. And of course, by all of us seeing in the paper, there's a lot of activity in this area. So we'll be doing that. And then again, the highlight of the evening will be the final adoption of the budget. And we're going through the necessary requirements for publishing and notification, because also included in that will be the TNT hearing. So that's that evening as well. And then from there, the board goes into the summer break. And so for the month of July. And so I think I will just leave it at that. And then we can come back for next week's meeting to go into the beginning of next year.
And if I may, County Manager, just real quick on the 28th for the budget adoption and for the TNT, I understand those are roll call votes. So members of the board, it's going to be very important that in fact you're present for this. And this has certainly been the culmination of many, many months of work from our team, our county employees, and for the board. So I look forward to everybody being present for that. So thank you.
You bet. And then I think we'll just we'll go on to my updates, and then again we can cover more information next week, so we can unshare that. Thank you, Lindsay. Brief updates from me. A number of changes with regard to assignments within the deputy county managers. Of course, we have Andy Bertelson, who has now rejoined the county, and you can see him here. He joined and he began on, was it this Monday or last Monday? Last Monday, I believe. But anyway, he's still with us, and so it's good to have him back. And then also Lucinda, if you can pop up also. We're making some changes in assignments between the deputy county managers with Andy arriving. Andy's occupying the vacant position held by Dr. Maria Peoples. It's been vacant for over a year. And so with that, Lucinda will be transitioning to a lot of important project work and transitioning the department oversight and support of the departments that she has always been serving, public works, community development, parks and recreation, and public fiduciary. Those will be transitioning over to Andy Bertelson. Lucinda is going to be, of course, assuming key responsibilities in the area of flood control district, in the investments and managing and implementing and executing the investments that the board in their role as the flood control district board of directors approved this morning with the tentative budget. In addition to that, she'll be shepherding and championing the county's efforts in the wildfire defense program that we've been speaking about. That's going to be a huge investment and a huge amount of time in working with local fire districts, with community wildfire planning, and a lot of federal investment in that area. And of course, she'll be also working in the restoration areas, as well as the mitigation work related to museum and tunnel, which of course each have a lot of activity in each of those areas, not to mention her role in providing leadership with the sheriff on the jail district tax extension that's going to the voters in November. And there's a bunch of other things. Lucinda typically is a glutton for punishment. So she's like the commercial, give it to Mikey, he'll eat it. With Lucinda, it's give it to Lucinda and she'll run with it. The other area that's going to be emerging and evolving is water management. And so that's going to be real key. And so creating the structure, I know that Supervisor Chair Horstman and others on the board have been championing rural active management areas with legislation, which counties have not had. There was a very good op-ed that appeared that Chair Horstman co-authored with supervisors from Yavapai, Mojave in that area. And so again, water management is going to be a growing area. And so having Lucinda part of that is going to be huge. And so we really want to appreciate it. We're not saying, so long to anybody. We're just doing some reassignments based on the fact that having Andy here from the city, we certainly want to appreciate his work. He was here and held a number of positions from Matt Ryan's intern at the very beginning to legislative intern. He also served planning and budget manager, our own public works director. He was interim assistant county manager. And then he went over to the city and learned a lot with a lot of expanded roles, and not only in public works, but in parks and recreation, streets, solid waste, you name it. Their public works configuration is different than ours. And so we really do welcome Andy back with a lot of additional talents and skills and tools that he can add to his leadership toolbox. And so it's good to have Andy. The other announcement is Christopher Tressler has been appointed. I'm appointing Christopher Tressler as Public Works Director, and his appointment or confirmation of appointment, as well as Andy's, will be coming to the Board of Supervisors in the next meeting or so. But again, Christopher has been with us and has grown immensely in his skill and his scope and his talent and his capacity, his leadership. You name it, he's done a great job. I know that Lucinda has held many titles that a business card could not hold, all of the wording and all of the letters that she has held positions and responsibilities for. And so teasing out public works from that and entrusting this to Christopher is important, because you don't have to hand the keys over to the car to someone unless you really feel comfortable with that. And I know that given the amount of passion and commitment that Lucinda has for just about everything she does, it takes a lot. And so for work that she is transitioning to Andy and to Christopher, again, there's a lot of transition. I want to appreciate each of those individuals from the bottom of my heart for all that they've done. So Lucinda, thank you so much. From there, a couple other appointments. Stephen Pellegrini, and I'm speaking for Trey, has been appointed. Will be joining the organization, the Public Affairs Group, as a Senior Communications Manager. Stephen is currently the Operations Manager for Stone Canyon Media, which has the Colt, Wolf, Big Talker, Rewind radio stations. Prior to that, Stephen was the Public Relations Manager for Xanterra and worked extensively with the Grand Canyon Railway, National Park Lodges, and the Grand Hotel. He brings a lot of knowledge in social media, website, email content, still photography, videography, graphic design, print and collateral publications, et cetera. And so you'll have the opportunity to work closely with Stephen. And I want to appreciate Trey for working with HR in inviting very good talent and skills to come to Coconino County. So, and Stephen knows the area. He's been around, of course, for a while, and so he knows the players. He knows the he knows our community very well, and so we welcome Stephen very much. From there, you've encountered a very energetic individual. His name is Brian Harris. He came from Coconino Community College as their special events and marketing manager. He's joined us about a month ago. He's meeting with board members, and in fact, he's been doing some events already. He was in Parks this past weekend. He also was downtown over the weekend. So he's everywhere. And so he's meeting with each of you and your district directors to identify and to set up a calendar of special events where we're tabling is an opportunity. And so he'll be there, and he's also working on all of our promotional material. And then he, along with Trey and the public affairs team, will be looking at all of our rack cards and all of our collateral for brochures, et cetera. So again, we're really pleased to have Brian with us. A couple of departures we want to announce that sadly, and we'll have Susie coming back. Susie Gerritsen will be retiring. Susie has served as our diversity council coordinator and supporting the councils in all of their work. And so she has decided to enjoy life, and not that she's not enjoying it now, but she'll be leaving us around July 15th. And we do want to appreciate it. We're going to invite her back so we can do the appropriate gratitudes to Susie, because she's been with us for quite a while. And so we really appreciate her. The other departure is Jared Tolman. So Jared is the City of Flagstaff Coconino County Library Director, and he is actually going to be seeking a new opportunity in the California area. And so we really want to appreciate all that Jared has done for the library district and his work with all the libraries throughout Coconino County. And so we will miss him, but really do appreciate him. And not only him, but the City of Flagstaff, because the model that we have created with the library district provides a lot of the capacity, technical and programmatic capacity comes to the City of Flagstaff and their libraries. And of course, they support county libraries as well. So really want to appreciate them. Quickly, election staff concluded a very successful CCC tax election. And of course, the outcome was successful for the college. I want to certainly note that, but it was also successful for the maiden voyage of the elections department led by Esther Musta. And so really want to really kudos to elections for their maiden voyage on elections, and they're getting ready for the primary and the general for this year. Also want to make a note and a comment that I've enlisted Candy Owens, our former Coconino County recorder, to provide technical assistance and process work for our elections team. And so it seems that I kind of re-enlist individuals that have left the county. So we've done that, of course, with Janet Regner and Gary Kismark and others, because they have a wealth of knowledge, and why not invite them back and have them share that with our new staff. And so that's important. Very quickly, one other item to note. We have, in terms of events, I'm reaching out to your district directors. There's an event on June 28th honoring Dr. Paul Keim. Of course, Dr. Keim with TGen and has been instrumental in working with HHS and all of us during COVID. And he's going to he's being honored by Scouting on June 28th. And so I'll be, and I know Chair Horstman is out of town. Former Chair Ryan is going to be attending, and I'll be reaching out to other board members to come and to join staff and the community in recognizing Dr. Paul Keim as a good scouting award that's being provided to him. So a lot of information, but I think I will wrap it up with that. Madam Chair, back to you.
All right, thank you. And I know we're getting ready for our lunch break, but I with what you just said, it can't go unresponded to, and I'm sure that I share the rest of the board's deep welcome to Andy, as well as our congratulations to Christopher Tressler, who many of us have worked there with Public Works since I've been on the board, but for many of you for a long, long time. And I want to congratulate Christopher in his role as Public Works Director. Andy, it seems like you've always been here, and I guess it was just, you always have. There was just a little interim period there, so welcome back. And Lucinda Andriani, for your incredible work that you have done as DCM and as Public Works Director. We could go on probably for the next 10 days to talk about the good works that you've done and what you have done for Coconino County and for the people here in Coconino County. So our heartfelt thank you, and look forward to really concentrating some efforts on forest restoration and our wildfire defense grant, which is going to be very important for Coconino County, and other very important issues that you will continue to provide your leadership and expertise on. So, I look forward to that. And quite frankly, it's probably time to let some of the numerous duties and responsibilities to others to really focus your efforts going forward. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And
Thank you very much. I appreciate those comments, and thank you, Steve. Appreciate this. I'm very excited about the future.
very good. And then, of course, to Susie Garrettson, and I know we'll talk with Susie, hopefully at an upcoming board meeting, and appropriately honor her long service to the district, to the county, I should say, not the district, to the county, because she's done a great job here for us. And then also for our new, it's Stephen Pellegrini, if that's how you pronounce it.
Yes.
And look forward to working with him. And Trey, it looks like you're getting your team together here with Brian Harris and now Stephen Pellegrini. So we look forward to having your department fully staffed. So thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to others who I'm sure want to make some brief comments as well.
Sure, I'll start. First off, I want to congratulate everyone who are moving up in the world and adding in new positions. It's great to hear us filling staff positions with great people, and look forward to the transition into the new leadership at these different positions. I'd also like to thank Lucinda for all her hard work over the years and managing all of those different balls. And so it's going to be nice for you, I'm sure, to only have to manage a couple balls and hand some of those plates over to other folks. And so I'm really happy for you, and really thank you and appreciate all your years of service and all your mentorship and guidance over these years, and look forward to the next generation that's going to take over some of these new leadership positions. So thank you, Lucinda. And again, for everyone who's come on board, congratulations. As was said before, we welcome you to the county and look forward to your contributions to the leadership of our county. Thank you.
All right, any other comments from other board members? Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Patrice. How do you follow that in a minute or two? Lucinda, you're still with us, so look forward to everything, but thank you for everything too. I'm just trying to figure out the car keys is the teenager in the, that's the worst place to be. Is that Andy or is that Christopher out there?
We'll see.
That's right. And Steve, you left out his Sedona experience on Andy. You went down there.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
He did.
So, but really, actually, what a neat combination. I really look forward to it. And each of you, how engaged you are with each of the topics. We have a great opportunity. As far as Susie's concerned, I don't believe it. She said she was leaving when she left Mandy and came right back. Actually, she didn't even leave. And so, we'll wait and see on Mandy. Or Mandy, on Susie in this case. Mandy might come back for all we know. Just a really good team, and appreciate everybody for what they're doing. Looks really good, and everything's melding. It's really good. So any way that we can help out, surely hope to do that. Okay, thank you.
Very good. And I don't know if we have Supervisor Fowler or Supervisor Begay on. Otherwise, they may want to make some comments. I don't see them on, so they're not with us. So with that, again, heartfelt congratulations and thanks. And County Manager, I'm going to turn this over to you now, and we'll reschedule some of this for this afternoon.
You bet. So at this point in time, we're ready to adjourn for lunch. We will be returning at 1:15. And Trey will be back up to be talking about the NACO process and the CSA process for their work with regard to resolutions, et cetera. And then followed by that, community development will be providing an update on the Donny Park Fernwood Timberline Area Plan, as well as the Flagstaff Regional Plan and the Comprehensive Plan. And that's on at 2:15. So at this point in time, Madam Chair, we can break for lunch.
Very good. And members of the board, this is our roundtable that we are supposed to be able to provide information at. So hopefully we can make the time to do exactly that, unless you want to make next week our heavy and do this as roundtable light, but I'll leave that up to you. You can have lunch and think about it. Okay. Thank you. And we'll be back.
What time are we coming back?
1:15.
Okay.
All right. It's going to be a quick lunch.
Yeah.
Take care.
See you soon.
Oh, looks like we have Vice Chair with us. I don't see Matt. And I don't see Lena or Judy, is that correct?
You're correct. Let me see, double check.
There is no phone number reflecting hers at this point. I will text her, Madam Chair.
I'll text Matt. It's like Matt not to be on.
A minute to go, so. Matt may be a few minutes late. I just got a text from Tammy.
Oh.
So let's see.
Geronimo, how do you want to handle the roundtable? You want to hold off until next time to have the full roundtable, or you want to just go forward with it today? I mean, we always have busy agendas. I'm not sure it's going to be less busy next time. In fact, it probably won't. It's going to be a full day. So maybe we should just do it today, huh?
Yeah, maybe if we have the time today, it might be worth just getting it over with. So that way, next week when we have a little fuller agenda, or we can make it light.
Yeah, and that's what it's supposed to be. So that's supposed to be the light version. County Manager, I think we are on 36, aren't we?
Say that again, please.
We're on item number 36 to start with.
Yes. There's the, no, actually, well, yeah, 36 is roundtable. You're right. Let's see. Trey, are you in? Oh, good. As soon as Matt gets here, we will rock and roll.
Madam Chair, just to let you know, I have texted Supervisor Begay and I have not yet heard back. She may not have phone. She had lost her charge on her phone toward the end of the meeting earlier, and she was having power issues at her home also. So as soon as I hear anything, I'll let you know.
The Starlink is set up, isn't it, County Manager?
For Judy's. Yes.
Chair Ryan is here, or sorry, Chair Horseman, Supervisor Ryan is here.
I love that. We missed you. Oh my God. Did you buy us some too?
You're muted,
You're muted.
as you should be.
As he.
My gosh, my gosh.
Okay, well, thank you for rejoining us. It is, in fact, the afternoon of our regular board meeting for Tuesday, June 7th. Present with us here for the afternoon at this point is Supervisor Matt Ryan with his very own cup of Starbucks, and Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez and myself, Patrice Horseman. And so we do have a quorum to proceed for this afternoon. We are on item 36, and that's roundtable. This is the date for our full roundtable. Next week will be roundtable light. And so at this point, I'd like to turn this over to Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez for his roundtable report.
Oh, I didn't realize I was going first, but I guess I should get used to that. Thank you. I guess since it was my idea to pull through it today, right? So, okay, it's been a busy couple weeks. We came back from Alaska, and then we had the board meeting and did the certification. And in the meantime, had a RTAC meeting talking about some of the transportation issues rurally and some of the federal funding that may be available and how we can support. I did CPWAC. We're working with them to see about an event coming in September and how we can help support. We did last week, it was more community forums. We did 3 different forums, a listening session at the trailer park on the corner of Main Street near Cedar. And then we had the public, I believe it was Public Works hosted the flood listening session for Peaceful Way. And so we attended that and interacted with folks and helped connect people and listen to some concerns. And then we had a morning, Sunday morning meet in the street kind of listening session on the corner of Dorotha and Main, and just talking to folks, and listening, people are a little anxious with the incoming monsoons. And so just talking about opportunities and whatnot, explaining, where the progress is. Christine from the city, the project manager for the Dorotha Inlet, was there, and she answered a lot of questions, and we really appreciated her being there. And so we also have, speaking of volunteer days or whatnot, we also have 2 more coming up that are scheduled, the 11th, and that's with Tunnel Fire. I believe the city is also doing one for Museum Flood Fire for the 11th with sandbags. And then we have another one coming on the 18th, and that will be specifically in the Main Street corridor just south of Cedar at the trailer park. They're gonna pull out all the old bags and rebag it. And so City of Flagstaff, you register through them. The Tunnel Fire one and the June 18th one will be through United Way. Please register. I had the opportunity this last week. I guess I'm forgetting. This last week I was able to go and help clean up a house and then replace the sandbags. And then we also went out and helped with the debris at another house picking up nails and stuff, and slowly progressing through that process of helping clean up our community. So there's these other opportunities. We need to do as much as we can and be as proactive as we can before the flooding. And so that would be my my roundtable, unless there were any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Vice Chair and Supervisor Ryan.
I missed that. Could you repeat that? Oh, I'm just being a while. I had a sip of my coffee. I'm ready now.
I was gonna say too much coffee.
There we go. And I wanted to get it for you, but I wouldn't have made it back on time. Let's see here. Mine is going to be pretty quick. So Memorial Day is here. Summer's here. Just a note, Tammy checked real quick with the sheriff's office. We had 1,000 calls, 1,094 calls to our sheriff's deputies this past weekend. So just a compliment to all the work, that they're doing out there, and the impact, it's just showing. We have a lot of people that come here, which is wonderful, but it also will draw down on us. And we had a couple search and rescue operations in the Sedona area that required helicopters as well. The Parks community meeting, I was not able to attend. I had a prior commitment, but we were able to coordinate the meeting with much of our staff and a couple other agencies a little bit ahead of time. We were asked by the Parks Area Connection to come by. I hear 100 people showed up for the meeting out there. Steve was present with Andy and Brian Harris, and Jim Driscoll with Brett Axlin and a couple of his deputies. Health and Human Services, Kim was there, and Public Works, Christopher, Mark Delarocca, James Gadotti, and Cassidy Pastic were all there. And actually, they got to wrestle around with. We've had a couple of reports. The chip sealing we're getting, it's really good for chip sealing, but we have potholes that they were doing it over, and a little bit of a mix-up that's being corrected. And so that was, Christopher's christening, so to speak, of public meetings, what's going on. And as I had heard that, as well as a follow-up from staff associated with, windrows, the question we always get, why don't you do my driveway? I always think about that. I did a calculation of all the driveways in Mountain Air and Kachina Village. And if they stop 5 seconds for each driveway to drop the blade, they would take a 3-hour cycle and make it a 24-hour cycle just doing that. And the conversation back to the community, they're trying to stay ahead of the storm. You do it for one, you have to do it for all. But I hear they went through that. But also we had the Forest Service that was out there, and that was a big intent of the meeting is, the impact of what happened with Tunnel, similar idea with Ponderosa Pine Forest out in parks, what would happen with an emergency. Let's hear from all the agencies. National Weather Service was there, and then Chief Anthony from the Ponderosa Fire District that represents the area. And we all had been coordinating ahead of time. Actually, 2 years ago, we were going to reach out to the parks community and talk about these items. And because of COVID, didn't have the ability, and started to talk about wanting to do this. And then lo and behold, the community asked for a session, and I heard it went really well. I don't know, Steve, do you want to do any follow-up? Because you were in attendance.
Yes, it was well attended. All the presenters did a great job. Certainly speaking, I guess, and the theme from that day though was get ready and be prepared for fire season. Just given the restrictions, and then of course looking at helping your neighbors out. But anything that was the theme is just we live in the middle of a forest. we can certainly take all the precautions that we can, and we are taking. And as local government, we're supporting communities to do so. But ultimately, it's an individual commitment to do what can be done. And so it was, again, I have to say, it was, and I've been to several community meetings. It was one of the better ones because there was just a lot of good information. It started at 10 and it was after 3 o'clock when it ended, and it was just packed full of information. But again, it was well done. Presenters did an amazing job. So thanks, Matt. It was good to be there.
Good, and glad you guys all were there. And Tammy was there. She took for those questions that can be answered. She's doing follow up, and I heard Tammy did a great job. So it all worked out. Everybody working together. And Brian, thank you for the support out there for Tammy and setting up the meeting along with the Parks Area Commission. Connection, not commission. I did attend, a meeting prior to that. Just an item to bubble up and make the board aware of is it's come, it's gone, it's come, it's gone. Question related to quiet zones. In this case, the individual is working with the community of Sherwood Forest Estates. Actually, the Wood subdivision, and they have an interest of can we pursue this? And we've filed that question up. Our reference was special districts, but we haven't asked the question in a long time. They've come up with better devices that are safer. And so my understanding is he'll be submitting a letter to us to ask us to pause and consider taking a look at that again and what the options might be. So no commitments other than, yes, we had explored this before. It is time to refresh our memories, take a look at it, see if there are options, if anything's changed, or if it's the same recommendation. And so we'll anticipate a letter coming in from that community. And I know 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, I was going door to door as it related to other issues in the parks area in the county. And it did bubble up in the main town site as well as areas off of Route 66. So there are a lot of trains and they blow their horns quite a bit. People live near a railroad, but the transcontinental economy is picked up. So we get. It's not like we have the 60 trains a day anymore. There are quite a few, so it does change the dynamic. Let's see. I also had a visit out to the Williams Senior Center. And Lorraine and Leah and I'm forgetting all of their staff members' names. But it's gone from about a year and a half ago. We had a little bit of transition in staff, frustration associated with the service that has come full circle. Very complimentary. People feeling food's wonderful. That staff's been very attentive to what's going on, and coordination with the city is back and working well. So compliments to Kim's folks that are out there and the seniors. Tammy and I kind of split it up and hopped around tables and caught up with the seniors while we were there, which we try and do when we do stop off for a meal. Although I stopped off for a meal that was pre-prepared. The cook was on vacation. I missed the opportunity for a fresh meal, but it was still delicious. Let's see, another meeting, and just a heads up to the rest of the board, in this case, Geronimo, but the others will find out. Nicole Brandon used to be the ranger down in Red Rock Ranger District in the Sedona area for the Coconino National Forest. She went to the Northwest, and she is now the supervisor, replacing Heather Bravencia in the Kaibab National Forest. So I had a chance to catch up with Heather, touch on issues that are bubbling up, the impact to the area of visitation, snow play, the Bill Williams Mountain 4 Fry, noted the Kaibab crosses over into Supervisor District 1, Patrice's and Lena's in District 5. And it would be it'd be good for each of them to get together with Nicole, and also a desire to get together with Lucinda and Jay and staff for the work that we have been doing as it relates to flood control and some of the forest initiatives that we've worked on. And let's see, the other item that bubbled up, and actually, as we were hopping around, each of the communities, whether it's Munns Park, it's Williams, it's Parks, every one of the communities, short-term rentals and the challenge to get housing, it just was everywhere. And so, and you know, it's not like I started the conversation came to me. And so it does beg for, we really do want to, for our legislative agenda next year, focus tax parity, but not just tax parity, that we're into some level of management that would be logical, make sense. I mean, basically, yeah, it's a benefit to communities. It is here, but is there a way that we can create a condition that preserves residential communities to a certain extent, as well as workforce housing? So they were pretty hot topics. I am going to be gone for the next 2 weeks, just a heads up. I'm taking vacation for the first time in quite some time, and I'm going to go see Iceland. So I look forward to it, but I will be back on the 28th. If I come back, I'll come back on the 28th so that we can pass the final budget. So, but very important meeting before everybody takes the summer break as well on that. And that's just a quickie on the latest that's been happening in my district. The best, the Keystone District, the center one, number 3.
All right, yes. Well done, Matt. That's all I can say. And yes, we look forward to seeing your photos when you get back from Iceland. And it's great you and Teresa and your son get to go and do a little family trip. So enjoy. We'll be thinking of you. So, and just an update as well. I also went to WIR as the elected representative for WIR. I was there for a business meeting, but also we were allowed in to do some traveling while we were there. And they took us on a trip to a place called Kotzebue, which is right up in the Arctic Circle, and had an opportunity to meet with the mayor, the town manager, and many of the council members in this small indigenous borough up there on the Arctic Circle. Very, very interesting. They even took us out on the ice and did a little ice fishing. We didn't catch anything, but we were able to sample some of the catch that some of the folks up there from that live in the area that actually know how to do the ice fishing. They shared some of their catch with us, and it was just excellent. And also up there got to chair a panel on investing in America's tourism economy, which was very, very interesting. Got to meet a lot of the folks, especially from the Alaska area, and what they are doing. Very interesting economic development that they are working on within their tourism economy. So it was an excellent meeting, and enjoying the meeting the folks from all over, basically Western part of the United States, and sharing ideas on how we can move our recreation economy forward. I also, since I sit on the forefront, shareholders agreement, and we, as we know, had our national forest chief out here who basically announced a very exciting $54 million program, which put Coconino County right there in the front of the line to do forest restoration and management. We basically just recently, on behalf of Coconino County, sent out a letter to Regional Forester Martin to basically say, let's get together and talk about this. And we need to further our collaboration and get this off the dime. And, you know, the need for forest restoration is very clear. We have the tunnel fire. We need to try to move forward on this project. So we are hopeful and hopeful to reopen collaboration, communication, and hopefully get some of the promised forest restoration monies and forest restoration activities going here in both Coconino. It's really not in the Kaibab, it's mostly in the Coconino for this. So also sent a letter on behalf of the county in support of Grand Canyon Protection Act. Senators Kelly and Sinema, as you probably know, are the chairs of this, are the sponsors, co-sponsors of this act. It is getting a Senate hearing, a subcommittee hearing, which is the first time. So this is as far as we have gone on getting this important piece of legislation passed. So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and in recognition of our resolution, sent a letter in support of Senator Kelly and Sinema's Senate hearings. Also, I have been involved in active rural management area legislation and working with both Mojave County and Yavapai County in urging the creation of an active rural management area for the purpose of allowing rural Arizona an opportunity and a legal authority in which we could manage our water. You probably hear so many times when we're doing zoning, Supervisor Ryan always remembers to remind us that given the fact that we in rural Arizona are not in an active water management area, that we can't look to water in making zoning decisions and in making development decisions. Obviously, this has a great impact on our water supply and sustainability up here in rural Arizona. So working with other counties in hopes that we can get some legislation in so that we in Arizona, rural Arizona, are allowed to start looking at and managing our water supply. And of course, the legislative session is basically over for this year, so we'll have to look at this for next year. And then I wanted to also announce, this is very exciting, and I hope that some of you can spend some of your summer vacation time going to the Grand Canyon National Park after many years of working in collaboration with the 11 indigenous tribes here in Northern Arizona, and that call the Grand Canyon their home. That the Grand Canyon National Park has opened up at Desert View an intertribal cultural heritage site. And I got a tour of it before it was fully opened. And it is just beautiful what they are doing. And the 11 indigenous tribes all will have booths and cultural activities going on throughout the summer, and also offering for sale many of the arts from their various tribes. And, you know, it's just really taking back at the Grand Canyon National Park of bringing back the indigenous voice to the Grand Canyon National Park. And really looking forward to seeing how that progresses here, and looking forward to going up there when it's in full swing. And it is in full swing as of June 2nd. So hopefully you can go up there and take a look at that. The other Vice Chair Vasquez and myself were invited on a siren tour. As you know, we are putting 4 sirens and we saw the 4 poles in place, and they are primarily in the Paradise, Linda Vista, and then taking that farther south into the Sunnyside area. And these will all be coordinated together so that when one siren goes off, they all go off. They should be heard by clearly by the neighborhood in these areas when certain benchmarks are met in terms of potential flooding. So it's very exciting, I think, in a number of ways, but it's very exciting because it's hopefully going to provide even more safety and awareness to the potential flooding because of the museum fire flood, or because of the museum fire. And then taking that a little bit forward, the museum fire flood mitigation projects, especially in the Mount Eldon Estates area, continue to go forward, and we are ahead of schedule. So, the promise was made. You heard Lucinda Andriana say we were going to do this before the monsoons, and we all kind of looked at her and go, yeah, let's see if that really is going to happen. But in fact, it is happening, and we are ahead of schedule. There are 3 alluvial fans that are there right below Mount Eldon, which will assist in taking the sediment out and assist the city of Flagstaff in their stormwater and storm water drainage system, and in their fire and their flooding mitigation projects. So we both Vice Chair Vasquez and myself have been in discussion with Lucinda Andriani to do some more meet in the streets in this area, to basically Mount Eldon Estates and some of the other neighborhoods, to talk about the siren system, and also to provide updates on the flood mitigation efforts and sandbagging, making sure that that's going forward. The volunteer, which Vice Chair Vasquez has already talked about, so I won't go into depth on that, but the volunteers, Neighbors Helping Neighbors, is continuing through the month of June, and the United Way of Northern Arizona, for their volunteers, do request that people sign up before they go to volunteer. That just helps them knowing who's going to be there and helps them coordinate where we can help and which neighborhood we can best help, given the number of volunteers available. I did have an opportunity to send a congratulations and a letter to Forest Supervisor Nicole Branton, and I will be meeting with her in the not too distant future. It's great to have her back here in Northern Arizona, Supervisor Ryan, so I'm looking forward to meeting her in person. Good to have good collaborative and knowledgeable people on board for us and all the efforts that we have going forward with forest restoration. So that's fabulous. Metro Plan, both myself and Vice Chair Vasquez sit on the Metro Plan board. Vice Chair Vasquez is also Vice Chair of the Metro Plan board. And we have negotiated successfully another year's contract for Miles Melbeck. So he'll be back with us and providing good leadership for us here in our regional transportation planning. And last, or just 2 things real quick, I agree on the short-term rentals. We can't let up on that. We've got to do something. And if we can't depend on the state legislature to do something, which so far we haven't been able to, I think we in Coconino County need to see what we can do as a county and what is allowable or not allowable with regards to our short-term rental management. And it is true what Supervisor Ryan said, wherever I go, people bring it up. It's having a tremendous effect on neighborhoods, a tremendous effect on housing here in Flagstaff and in Coconino County. The other one I travel around is talking about is glamping and its effect in neighborhoods, and especially in our really rural and isolated neighborhoods. I know that's done through a conditional use permit, and I would suggest in this next year we take a look at the conditions that are included in our conditional use permit for glamping and see what, if anything, we may need to do going forward. And last but not least, I have hired a new district director, and Cindy Soki will be joining us. Yes, that's how I feel. It's celebrate. Cindy Soki will be joining us and joining my team here in District 1 as of July 5th. So if you see somebody new, please introduce yourself and welcome Cindy Soki to our county family. I'm very much looking forward to her joining the District 1 team. So with that, there was a lot that did go on, and summer's in full swing. Lots going on in downtown Flagstaff. The Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance is doing their usual First Fridays art walks, and are also doing their Saturday movies on the square. So lots going on, lots of people out and about. And you're right, Vice Chair, it's wonderful to see so many people gathering together again and out and about and enjoying our Flagstaff summer. So thank you. That is my roundup for Roundtable. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And I realized listening to all your reports, all the things that I forgot to mention in my rushed preparedness. But the big one, the most important one, is about there is two evening meetings out in Fernwood Timberline at Station 33 at 6 o'clock to explain about the waterways. We already did one watershed. There's two more to go. And so just wanted to mention that and put that out there for folks to think about attending if you're in that area. The other thing, the sirens are really exciting, especially the fact that it's going to have solar. In some of these listening sessions, there has been a little concern about what the message is going to sound like, or if it's going to be a person or whatnot. So as we're moving forward with those sirens, we definitely want to have that educational component to the community, explaining that maybe on one of our handouts or whatnot. Let's see. The other one, I just wanted to say something about short-term rentals. That's something, Supervisor Ryan, that I'm hearing a lot about as well, in terms of it's just taking the amount of long-term rentals off the market, and it's making really hard for people to find housing. And so that's definitely, on the legislative side, we definitely need to work on that, keep pushing on our end, but also keep having that conversation so that we're getting those stories and we know what's actually happening. And then finally, I attended the FUSD Anti-Racist, Anti-Bias Committee meeting, and they gave us their updates for the year, FUSD in terms of some of the objectives at looking at diversity within the district, looking at ways that the district approaches curriculum, approaches different things, and putting that lens in. And I'm really interested. In a couple of weeks, I'll be going to the Midwest and in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I guess a couple of years ago they did their budget through a diversity and inclusive lens. And so since I'm already going to be out in the Midwest and I have some old ties there, I'm going to go and look to meet with someone and listen and hear how some of the things that they did we might be able to look at and see how we may help further diversity and inclusion and having those conversations in our community and reflected in our values and where we put our budget. And I think we do a pretty good job already. And I think that all the elements of what was done and elsewhere would fit, but I think that we might be able to find a couple gems that would help through our process next year and in future years in looking and taking that into consideration more intentionally and more vocally, not just kind of assumed that it's kind of shown, but actually stating it in the way that we form it. And so I just wanted to add that as listening to my colleagues, I'm like, man, I missed this. I wrote a glamping, I could have Metro Plan, but those are the ones that I really wanted. The two were the tunnel fire, the listening sessions for the flooding and the anti-racist, anti-bias committee issues. And then just Metro Plan, we're excited to continue to work with Jeff Melbeck or Miles, excuse me. And it was a long process. The team had to go through a lot of contract negotiations. Chair Horstman helped lead that. But we were able to renew it. We have good leadership in Metro Plan. And so look forward to moving forward and seeing some big projects come out because of it. So thank you.
One thing I forgot too, see, we're all gonna, this could go on all day, but it won't, I promise. And that is just a reminder that the Healthy Smiles Dental Health event, which for those that are in need of some dental work, there'll be 45 dental chairs that are set up with dentists and hygienists to really provide our community the needed dental care that they have not received. Some of them have not been able to receive for many years. And that's going to be on June 16th through the patient clinic dates are June 17th and the 18th, and it'll be out there at Fort Tuthill. I know Coconino County through the county manager's office is also helping to contribute to that, to make that a successful event. And then this is in your district, just to remind you that their vice chair is there will be the food vendor trucks that are going to be there on June 10th from 5 to 7:30 at Silver Saddle Center. And that is as I understand it, that's a fundraiser for the tunnel fire. It also sounds like a great time. There'll be 10 food trucks from local vendors there on that. So.
And it's actually in Donny Park, which is District 4. But I do plan to participate because I'm excited to see what kind of food trucks they have.
All right. Well, it's also, as I said, it's a fundraiser for the tunnel fire. So it's a good event to participate in. So thank you. And Supervisor Ryan, do you have any amendments to make?
Madam Chair, they're just too lengthy. I take most of the meeting, so I'm going to go ahead now. I'll hold them for when I return.
Right, very good. So with that, County Manager, I'm turning it back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item is Trey Williams is going to provide some information on the processes for the NACO and the CSA resolutions. And so he'll go through that. And then immediately following, we do have individuals lined up for the discussion on the small area plans. And so I do see we have city staff and others lined up. So we will need to, if you can, just maybe accelerate this conversation a little bit more, if you could, Trey, because we do have individuals from other organizations on deck ready to go.
I think we've received a lot of this through CSA too. So you can give us the highlights, Trey.
Indeed, Madam Chair and County Manager Peru, thank you very much. Good to be with you again. I have a 3 o'clock too, so it's in my interest to get this done as well. So this is just a brief overview of the state and federal legislative policy development that we'll be undergoing. It's hard to believe, but it's already time to begin planning for the 2023 legislative session and the 118th Congress. And then, of course, the last half of the first term of the Biden administration. So CSA has shared their 2023 legislative proposal request form. I submitted that to all of you in your board packet along with their policy outlook. Essentially, what we are looking at is we're looking at a timeline where the legislative proposals for CSA are going to be due on August 15th. And then from there, they're going to be submitting those to the managers group, the County Managers Association, for review of those legislative proposals. And then from there, we'll go into the Legislative Summit, October the 5th through the 7th, where those proposals will be debated. And then the final 2023 CSA legislative agenda will be adopted. And so we in public affairs are going to use, rather than duplicate processes and have 2 different forms, we decided we would use the CSA legislative proposal request form. That's how we'll collect information from our department. So I have sent that out to the elected officials leadership team for ideas and proposals on legislation. The other thing that public affairs will do is we'll use those ideas to then revise our state and federal policies. So I've bifurcated this by state and federal. So we'll start with the state legislative policy development. I have sent the call for legislative proposals to our departments. That is an August 1st deadline. I'm also going to be reaching out directly to my colleagues to make sure that they received my request, to see if they have any questions. So I will be doing collaboration with my colleagues as we develop the 2023 legislative agenda. And then of course, once we get those back on August 1st, I will remind the board you'll be on break. You'll have your June 28th meeting, and then throughout the month of July, you'll be on break. So that August 1st deadline is to allow time for me and my team to analyze legislative proposals, or maybe just me if there's not a team, but it will allow public affairs to analyze those submitted legislative proposals. And then from there, we will develop policy priorities and legislative proposals and present those to the Board of Supervisors first on June 28th. So if I receive any between now and June 28th, I will analyze them. And then on June 28th, I will provide a summary of what I've received thus far. And then subsequently again on August 9th, because the August 15th deadline, we actually have a few more days than we thought we were going to have. So I will present a final list on August 9th to the Board of Supervisors for approval of which legislative proposals the board would like to submit to CSA for inclusion in their 2023 CSA legislative agenda. And then, of course, those have to be submitted by August 15th. As I mentioned, from there, CSA will present that to the County Managers Association and will review the submitted proposals. They will then go into the CSA board meeting, present those to the board, and then we'll have the CSA Legislative Summit on beginning on October 5th through the 7th. And then at that time, the CSA Board of Directors will adopt the final legislative agenda for 2023, along with any resolutions or policy priorities. So that's our own internal legislative policy development. And then also just a heads up, on August 9th, we'll also go over, or probably not August 9th, in September, we'll go over the submitted legislative proposals once we have that full list and information from CSA. See, we can understand how our proposals stack up against our colleague counties and what kind of coalition agenda we will be a part of should we have any legislative proposals that are submitted and approved by the board for the 2023 CSA legislative agenda. As I mentioned, we'll just use the information in those proposals to input them into to create legislative proposals that we'll submit to CSA. And then also on June 28th, Public Affairs will do a review of the policy priorities that you all approved at the beginning of this legislative session. And then we'll consider revision, through the fall. So for our policy priorities, we have a little bit more time. And to give you some context, legislative proposals are for specific pieces of legislation, policy proposals, changes to statute, and then the policy priorities are the overarching guidelines, if you will, and positions, if you will, of the board on various policy areas, whether it's state mandates or and cost shifts, or COVID-19 and health and human services policy, emergency management policy. So I'll have that list that you approved earlier this year at the June 28th meeting, and then we have some time through January 2023 to revise those and really have a robust, descriptive set of policy priorities going into the next legislative session. Before I move on to the federal legislative policy development, are there any questions on this process or comments?
No, I look forward to working with you as we move forward on this. So thanks. Any other comments, questions? Otherwise, please continue, Trey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then going into federal legislative policy development, it's a little bit different timeline with the federal government. So right now, each congressional session each Congress sits for 2 years, and then a new Congress is elected and that new Congress comes in. So we're still in the 117th Congress right now, and the 118th Congress will be sworn in January. But as part of that, as you know, NACO has its own policy process where NACO accepts submissions for policy resolutions, and those policy resolutions help inform NACO's legislative policy, as well as their annual county government platform that they advance before the presidential administration and the US Congress. So because those policy proposals or resolutions are considered at the annual conference in the summer, that's going to be next month in the middle of July in Adams County, Colorado. And so the resolutions for consideration by NACO are due by June 21st. And so what we'll do now is we have a set of resolutions that were submitted in 2021, and I'll go over those shortly. I think one of my recommendation would be, and per conversations I've had with members of the board, is that there is a desire to resubmit some of these resolutions. So specific ones, I've had direction from a quorum of the board to resubmit those, but I also want to review all of the ones we submitted for 2021 to see if there was any you wanted to submit. And then I will be working with county management as well as our department on identifying any new NACO policy resolutions to submit, since we're dealing with a little bit, we're coming down to the deadline there. And then as part of this process, I will then do a separate federal process where I'll do a call for federal legislative proposals that I'll make due on September 1st. We have a little bit longer here, and then those can help inform what we work on with NACO. These are federal legislative proposals that maybe NACO wouldn't take on because it's too specific to Coconino County, but they're important priorities and policies and issues that Coconino County needs to advance before the federal government and presidential administration. And then we'll go over those legislative proposals and policy priorities at the September 6th work session, when we also go over the CSA legislative proposals. So any questions on that federal process before I go into NACO resolutions for resubmission?
Any questions? Otherwise, let's go through the resubmittals, because I think there is a general consensus that we want to do that, Trey. So, and we should probably also find out, and we might be able to do this at the next meeting, because I know we're going to run out of time at this meeting, of who all will be going to the NACO conference in Colorado, and just talk a little bit about that as well. So, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and be happy to do that. And I think that maybe next week when I go over the proposed budget, can also just do some housekeeping with NACO items next week, since we have a little bit more time. We might have a little bit more time in a lighter meeting. So the first NACO resolution for resubmission, this is one that was proposed to NACO last year, but was not accepted. However, this was approved in 2020. So this proposed resolution would support federal funding to promote and expedite building private forest industry in regions with low to no value timber. And that proposed policy would that NACO supports federal funding, financial incentives, and the removal of administrative roadblocks to attract, promote, and expedite private wood products industry, including biomass as a pathway to forest restoration and reduction of the risk of catastrophic wildfire. So this is one of those NACO resolutions that is in support of Coconino County's Forest Restoration Initiative. And it was previously submitted to the Public Lands Policy Steering Committee. Unless there are questions or comments, I can move on to the next one.
Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next proposed resolution was proposed to NACO. This wasn't one of the ones adopted, and it was proposed resolution supporting robust remediation of abandoned uranium mines as a critical priority for the United States. And this proposed policy would have NACO urge Congress to enact legislation for the aggressive treatment of abandoned uranium mines across the United States to protect public health and the environment. So this resolution is in line with our support for the Grand Canyon Protection Act, which says no new uranium mining. And then this resolution says for the uranium mines that are out there, Coconino County supports the robust remediation of those abandoned uranium mines due to the risks that they pose to health and safety.
Just a quick question, Madam Chair. So, a piece of this, you're bringing up old resolutions, Trey. So part of my question is, some of them are pertinent or they transition in their modifications. So some of the question would be whether it was the last one or this resolution, what pieces are pertinent right now associated with it? There was remediation money brought in to a certain degree, but is that still a desired outcome, or is it perceived that with that money coming in, the action is moving, but we need to shift the focus to the Grand Canyon Protection Act? So I'm curious to hear a little bit of the, and not right now, we don't have time, but a little bit of the background that leads in that if we're looking at these, do we modify them? And or, they may be, they're good, but are they resolution level?
And I think that abandoned uranium mines is different than the Grand Canyon Protection Act.
Yep.
But I think these are, and that's a good point, and I'll talk about it more fully.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisor Ryan. I will just note what you're referring to is the bipartisan infrastructure law, or the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And that did include money, and I believe it was in the billions for remediation, which include uranium mining remediation, which Senator Sinema did have included in the bipartisan infrastructure law specifically for the remediation of abandoned uranium mines. So what I can do, Supervisor, is just get an update on where we're at in terms of the agencies. I've been paying attention to a lot of the NOFOs and a lot of the decisions around bipartisan infrastructure law. I haven't heard a lot to this end from the EPA or other related agencies. So I will reach out to the board once I learn more about that. But there is money in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And what this resolution would do, it would allow NACO to urge Congress to say, hey, get policies together. It would allow Congress to encourage the agency and to push the agency to actually devote the funding in the bipartisan infrastructure law to this purpose and continue the project in its next steps. All right, moving on to the next one. This is a proposed resolution that was submitted. It wasn't adopted by NACO. And so this proposed resolution would support the use of Federal Emergency Management Agency pre-disaster mitigation grant funding to engage in forest thinning and restoration activities on publicly owned land. This was submitted to the Public Lands Policy Steering Committee. I would remind the board that we've also been working with the Forest Service and the Natural Resources Conservation Service on the Emergency Watershed Protection Program and allowing for the expenditure of those funds on private lands as well, or excuse me, on Forest Service lands as well as private. So that is an ongoing process that we've been working with Congressman O'Halloran's office on, and they've been great on that. We're nearing the point where they're ready to introduce the legislation there. So that is ongoing. But this deals with the pre-disaster mitigation grant funding. So this would encourage NACO to call on Congress to pass legislation that would increase appropriations for the the FEMA pre-disaster mitigation grant funding, and then also to allow the use of that FEMA pre-disaster mitigation grant funding on publicly owned lands for forest thinning and restoration activities. So this is to draw down more federal funding for our forest restoration initiative. And then next one, this one was actually another proposed resolution. It would support additional law enforcement on public lands. This is a proposal that is near and dear to the heart of Supervisor Fowler, that she has also continued to talk about during the interim, even though it wasn't adopted. So the National Association of Counties would urge Congress to provide federal funding and necessary resources to federal agencies to enable them to rehire law enforcement and routinely patrol and respond to law enforcement issues on federal land. This is an ongoing issue. This continues to be an issue, a resource issue, both for our county and our local national forests. So this is an issue that still is affecting Coconino County and is ongoing. This has not been addressed by Congress since this began with sequestration about 10 years ago. Okay, and if there's no questions or comments, I'll move on to the next one.
Just quick comment. Yeah, it's a broad issue. That one's definitely pertinent and needs to be pushed.
Right.
Thanks.
And I'd agree with that. And I think there was also money in the infrastructure bill for this as well. So we'll see what happens.
And then the next resolution, and then we have one more after this. The next resolution would support remediation of abandoned buildings on tribal lands. This was an adopted resolution by the National Association of Counties. They have reached out asking if we would like to resubmit this resolution. And what this resolution deals with is that there are a series of abandoned buildings which have public health risks and concerns that are on tribal lands that the Bureau of Indian Affairs or the other applicable federal agency hasn't necessarily addressed. And so they do pose a risk to those communities because those abandoned buildings need to be remediated. And so as adopted, this resolution would, the National Association of Counties would urge Congress to provide federal funding and necessary resources to remove dilapidated federal buildings or restore federal buildings in tribal communities. This is another one that is near and dear to Supervisor Fowler's heart, and that she sees the impacts of directly in her community and that she has continued to talk about. It's my understanding that this is still an ongoing issue and problem. So this is one that Supervisor Fowler as well as Chair Horstman have indicated support for resubmitting.
So just quickly, so these are the NACO resolutions also, right? That you're talking about. Because you have that, and then we push our federal agenda, and a lot of times they align, but sometimes they're different associated with it. Okay, I'm more focused on where this would sit in our federal agenda versus other things in our federal agenda. But for NACO resolution, yeah, it makes sense. Absolutely. Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And that is noted. And I think that that's when we talk about federal legislative proposals and the federal agenda, we'll talk about how NACO resolutions, how they complement each other, how they don't, and that's an opportunity to synergize and ensure that we're firing on all cylinders, if you will, both through NACO and through our own independent work in federal advocacy. All right.
Anything else, Trey?
One more. This one is a little bit, so this is one that did get addressed more or less. But there are other issues though related to the widen funding. So this is a resolution supporting the American Rescue Plan Act funding flexibility. And this was a request from NACO whenever the Treasury Department was considering its final rules. They wanted them to consider the fact that the costs that were associated with the impacts from COVID-19 and those negative impacts. That final rule was promulgated, in April of this year. And one of the things that bill did, or the final rule did allow for, is it allowed for up to $10 million of lost revenue, meaning that you could provide for lost revenue associated with COVID-19 and associated with its negative impacts, you could do up to $10 million to provide for that direct, to use ARPA funding to account for that lost revenue. And so the main thing for us was dealing with our criminal justice system backlog, and the final rule did address this issue more or less. There are still outstanding issues related to the public land funds, and that is ongoing, but this particular portion has been addressed in the final rule, to my understanding.
All right, thank you. Any other questions on any of the presentation from Trey? Otherwise, I know that we are behind. So at this time, I'm going to turn this over to the county manager.
Actually, Madam Chair, you're right on time now. It's 2:15, so we're good.
I love that. Good work.
Yeah, so next, I'm gonna, invite Jay Crystalman and others to pop up. And the next portion of the agenda is presentation and discussion regarding the Donny Park Fernwood Timberline Area Plan, as well as an update on the Flagstaff Regional Plan and the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan. And this is from the folks at Community Development. So Sarah and Melissa and Jay, pop up and go for it.
And I know this is something that both Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez and Supervisor Begay have been heavily involved with. So I hope we can get Supervisor Begay back. So I think it's be very helpful. So, all right, thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, or good afternoon, excuse me, Madam Chair and Supervisors of the Board, County Manager. With the essence of time, there's a lot to go over with this update. I'm just going to hand it right over to Melissa Shaw, who's running this project for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Horseman, Supervisors. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen right now. Did that display for you?
Yes, it does.
Great, thank you. Well, good afternoon, and I'm Melissa Shaw with Community Development, and here to give you a briefing on 3 of the county's current long-range planning projects. And just to note that this presentation has been slightly updated since your packets were prepared. So as you know, we've just completed updating the zoning ordinance for the renewable energy portion of that. And here this afternoon, we'll be giving you information on updates to the Flagstaff Regional Plan, the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan, and then the county's comprehensive plan. So the first project that we'll talk about is the Flagstaff Regional Plan. And Sarah Dector, the city's comprehensive planning manager, is here with us today, and she will chime in and answer any specific questions that you may have for her. So today we will talk about the schedule and the status, give you an update on public participation, and then we have some questions for you seeking some guidance about the process. And just to remind you, the boundaries of the area plan follow the Metropolitan Planning Area, the FMPO planning area for transportation planning, and it includes 5 of the county's area plan within the planning boundary. And this is a schedule graphic that was introduced to you back in April. And just kind of to give a refresher on the timing of the project, it will take approximately 4 years with approvals anticipated in 2025. We began phase 1 last year, so we've been working almost a year now. And we are starting to move into and are preparing for phase 2, which is more the visioning process and the collaborative process. So we'll talk in a little bit of detail about that next. And so what have we been doing in phase 1? You may recall that we've had a couple of joint city council and board of supervisor sessions to talk about the regional plan update. And we've engaged with both planning and zoning commissions from the city and the county to bring them up to speed on what we're doing. We've also worked with different boards and commissions throughout the city and the county. I believe there have been almost 20 SWOT exercises or strengths, weaknesses, threats, opportunities, and threat exercises conducted with the different commissions to start getting input and information and feedback from them on what the regional plan holds, what is positive, and what may be some opportunities going into the future. There's been a lot of work in the background, updating and organizing the over 150 data sources that go into creating this plan. And to present those then to the public, there have been 22 what we've called snapshot webinars and papers. Those are all recorded. The webinars are all recorded and are hosted on the city's YouTube site. So those are collapsing those 150 data sources into 22 essentially short 15-minute presentation and question and answer sessions on those variety of those topics. You can see here that there's a website dedicated to the project. There's a visioning survey that is out and it's online and will be circulated throughout the community in the next month so that we get feedback on the vision for the regional plan. And then there is a lot of outreach going on in terms of attending events such as Earth Day, the Veterans Stand Down, Concert in the Parks, many more events. And then along with that, there have been some art boxes that have been developed with a grant from the city's Arts and Beautification Council. So those are fun boxes full of different types of art projects that people can use to kind of help create their vision for the future of the plan. So just a bit of an update on where we are moving into phase 2. The city will soon be releasing 2 RSOQs, or requests for statement of qualifications. One of those will be a request to lead the scenario planning process, and the other one will be a request for a consultant to help lead the public participation or the collaborative process. So the city council had a meeting on May 31st to get some feedback on the public participation process in particular. And the process that has been laid out has not been decided yet. That's part of what the request for qualifications will ask for, is for a consultant to actually provide some feedback on processes such as informal working groups, study circles, what's called a citizen assembly, or possibly a citizen panel. It may be a combination of these. There may be some additional ideas that a consultant could bring to the project that would really try to ensure a wide range of outreach, as well as bring some diversity, more diversity to the process than we've had in the past. So one of the ideas that has been floated with this public participation plan is the idea of potentially compensating participants. As you know, a lot of times people simply don't have time or the ability to join in a process like that because they don't have childcare, because it's just they're working 2 jobs. And so there may be a way, if depending on feedback from you and from the city council, to actually possibly compensate participants in different ways for their participation in one of these processes. One of the questions that city staff asked city council was for feedback on what kind of experience a consultant should have. And some of the feedback that the city council provided to staff was that they would want the consultant to have experience with different cultural groups, how to make outreach to those different cultural groups to involve those different groups in the planning process. And then also a consultant has experience working at both the city and county level and how to activate and engage in a community as diverse as ours. They kind of left with some final thoughts. They are interested, but they are cautious about the idea of compensating participants, and they asked for additional research to be brought back to them in terms of how much participation it does add to the process. And they were also asking then for the County Board of Supervisors for your feedback on some of the following questions. And so I'll just get right to that slide, and then we can pause for a second and see if you have any questions or if you have feedback on any of these specific items for guidance. So they would also be interested in hearing from the county's perspective what specific criteria or skills that you would be looking for in a consultant to lead this public participation or this collaborative process. And they'd also be interested to know if there are any other ideas about public participation methods that the consulting team should consider. And then if this idea of compensating participants is of interest to the board. And then we're also interested in understanding how frequently you would want to have an update on the regional plan. And then finally, if there are any questions. So I know that was fairly quick overview. So I'll pause here and be glad to answer your questions and take any feedback on these items.
Thank you, Melissa, and always appreciate your overviews and input on this. And the Flagstaff Regional Plan, I have not sat through a regional plan, but I know Supervisor Ryan has. So I'm going to really ask Supervisor Ryan, maybe he could provide some comments first.
I'm multitasking, Madam Chair. I'm looking at federal pieces, and but actually, just I don't know if I can answer them improv right away. Some of these are very thoughtful processes, but what public participation methods should the team consider? No matter what, when we put the regional plan together, we put a lot of efforts each time into ensuring that we were hearing from the full community. You don't exclude groups, you include groups, even if they have respectfully differing opinions of each other. And so, I know you guys watch out for that, but it's one we always want to be conscious about. Feedback on compensation for participants. Gosh, we're trying to compensate our employees right now. So love to compensate everybody for everything they do, but it is a little bit challenging to do. I mean, the idea of if they show up, and they travel a long distance, something to consider, although we're talking about the regional plan. So it's not that hard to get from one end of the regional plan to the other, and it can usually be done. But say they're working through a dinner hour, that's a different story. Is that, if they're working through a dinner hour, is there a way to legally provide food for the efforts while it's during that type of time period? Informational updates are important for us, and yet you're always wrestling with our schedules on where we are with processes. It's one I think we can enhance. I'm not going to provide you with how where my thoughts are associated with that right now. That's all I have. As I'm trying to do this like right at the moment. Yeah. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thanks. And I know you might, Melissa, get more feedback from us as we have more time to digest this and as we move forward. But, just in terms of thoughts on this, exactly, we need to hear participation from the full community and not necessarily the 10 people who always seem to be heard, but really seek out those that sometimes have not had a voice or have been overlooked in the past. So I think somebody that can, really look especially to more of the disenfranchised parts of the city to make sure there is full participation. And yeah, it'd be nice just to pay everybody for participation. However, there might be some thought about providing meals if it can be done in a legal manner, if in fact it does go through a lunch or go through a dinner. And I don't know whether there can be a reimbursement for childcare. And I would assume they would, how that would work. I really don't know. So I understand the whole question about equity and inclusion. And that means we need to look at ways to get those that aren't usually heard from. And that because they're working 3 jobs and they've got childcare and everything else, haven't been heard. So I understand the need to maybe look at that and see what, if anything, can be done to make sure all parts of our community have a voice. And, I would assume also that there would be regular updates. I'm not sure how, what that means. I would think at least quarterly updates as we start going through the process. And I don't know if that helps you, but just kind of off the top of my head, those are my thoughts, Melissa. So, and Vice Chair Vasquez, you have any thoughts?
Yes, first off, I just want to say thank you to the team, Jay, Melissa, all your hard work, Sarah. Thank you for facilitating the meetings that have happened and the work in the first year as we're going halfway through the first year, I guess, because we're still not through it yet. But it's been quite a process. The area plan meetings for the specific areas around Flagstaff has been interesting. Supervisor Begay and I have been participating in the Timberline Fernwood area and Donny Park area. I guess it's Donny Park Fernwood Timberline area plan. And that's been an interesting process. It's been a long process, and I appreciate all the participants, all the committee members that have been involved, the planning and zoning commissioners that decide to be part of that as well, to kind of give that voice out there, and then the staff for their patience in going through this. They really have, for the last, I think on the area plan meeting, gone for 1.5 years now, and it's been monthly, if not twice a month, and it's been quite a process, but that's what's needed. And I appreciate that diversity and inclusion has been emphasized, and that we are looking to get more voices. One of the things that I came in when I started looking at things, or my concern was that some of the voices would be rushed or missed at the beginning. And so we're 2-3 years down the road in this process, and the things are fixed already. So those voices that got missed, some of those ideas would no longer be able to fit in what's going forward, because we didn't catch it at the beginning when we were incepting our plan moving forward. And so I appreciate that this has been added to the priority list, and look forward to continuing that conversation as we move forward with this plan, because we have some serious issues in this community that we need to address: high cost of living, housing issues, and some of the decisions that we make through our planning dictates some of that and can affect it, positive or negative. And so we really need to take that time, have those voices, and see what we want Flagstaff to look like in 2030 is only 8 years away. So again, I just appreciate everybody's hard work, and look forward to continuing working on the regional plan. Thank you.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, I sure appreciate the feedback. I know Sarah is with us today, and she should be elevated to a panelist. The concept of compensation for participants in these types of activities is pretty new. I was wondering, Melissa, maybe if you and Sarah want to talk a little bit more about that, just briefly.
And Sarah is on as a participant.
Oh, great.
Yes, hi, I'm here. Thank you, supervisors, and Melissa, do you want me to go first?
Go ahead, Sarah, just jump in.
Okay, so Jay is correct that the idea of compensating participants as an equity measure is new to the field of planning, but not to the fields of health or education or even elections in some cases. So there's other fields in which providing some minimum amount of compensation, given all the tax laws and other things, is considered and provided based on various things. Staff at the city and county have not done much work on figuring out the how of this question, because we first wanted to visit with the city council and the board of supervisors and see if there is even an interest in having the staff work done to tell the county and the city how we could do it. And so we're really at this initial step of, if your feedback is, we're not interested in this at all, we won't spend staff time on it. And if it is, we are interested in some parts of this, but we'd like more information, then we will be ready to spend part of the summer pulling that together. One of the things that could be part of the requests for consultants associated with the collaborative process is asking our consultants if they know how to do a compensation process, or if they can do it internally and provide us that support. So the reason we need feedback on this now is because over the summer, we're going to be developing that scope of work, and we'll need to know if there is going to be funding available, if we're going to try and get the consultant to provide us some information about what they can do in the area of compensation, or if we're going to form more of an internal team or sort of leave it off to the side and say we're not ready to approach this topic. So that's why we're really emphasizing it today, is getting an early bit of feedback from you will help inform staff work for Melissa, Jay, me, and the staff at the city. Would you add anything to that, Melissa?
No, just to add that, the city council was, again, interested, but they were cautious about this concept because it is new, like Sarah said, to certainly this process. And there's some more research needed about, the effectiveness and if it does increase participation. Or if other, as Sarah mentioned, the consultants may have other ideas about alternative methods of compensation, some incentives, if you will. Certainly childcare could be a big incentive for a lot of people. Providing those venues that could, provide safe childcare where people felt that they could actually come and their kids could have perhaps even a regional planning experience at the same time. So there are all kinds of options, but yeah, we certainly would want to understand at least an initial read going forward, because I would mention that right now the county has allocated some funding in our upcoming budget year for the scenario planning process, but any kind of public participation process, we would have to determine in the future if we had any funds that we would be putting toward that effort.
All right, any other comments or questions from the board? I guess I don't feel we have enough information, or whether, what the parameters and legally what's allowable or not allowable, really, to go further on that discussion. So Sarah, I get it. I get why. I'm not sure what monies are available and what we can legally do or not do. So
if I could just add something to the conversation, and it's not necessarily of the compensation, but more of the childcare. Having worked in elementary school and put on several family events where we did need childcare in order to have participation, I'm sure there's some different organizations in town, or like, for example, the area plan meeting for Donny Park, Fernwood Timberline was at Cromer School. I'm sure there would be ways to accommodate and have a childcare room that for these meetings. So I would suggest that your staff look into that and see what kind of way you can find some partnerships. So that way it's not necessarily coming out of your budget, but from partners, or if necessary, find out, if one of these preschools or whatnot for their staff, what they would charge to staff one of those childcare sessions. And then that's a cost that's for the event itself, not giving out, not a direct cost to the families themselves in terms of how to pay for childcare.
Thank you.
all right, any other comments? Anything else, Melissa or Sarah or Jay? And I know you're going to move on to the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood, but any other comments on the Flagstaff Regional Plan?
No, just thank you very much for your time, and we did get some good feedback. So we will work with Jay to possibly look at quarterly updates, so you're kept informed about the process going along.
Great.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. And as always, thanks for your commitment to these regional plans. So they're very time intensive. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, thanks for the comment about the same 10 people that always show up. That's precisely why the idea of compensation was floated out there.
I was volunteering our Madam Chair to be childcare for us. I think we can solve this.
You know, I have great experience in that area, the truth, but I politely decline.
We'll keep that in mind. If it's okay, then we can move on to the next topic. And we'll talk next about the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan update. And just to give you a refresher of the planning area, the current plan was adopted in 2001. That's why we're working on an update today. And this is a large planting area. It's about 43,000 acres. You can see it includes quite a bit of Forest Service in that green hatched, and then also some of the yellow hatched area. That indicates that it's Forest Service land. There are 7 of the rural activity centers within Donny Park. It's characterized by large residential lots, and just again, to go back to the land ownership, about 68% is managed by the U.S. Forest Service, 2% by the state of Arizona, and 30% of the planting area is private land. So there may be some of the committee members listening in today, but back in late 2019, supervisors from District 2 and 4 at the time, Supervisor Archuleta and Parks, appointed 11 committee members to work on this plan and help to update the 2001 plan. So we started with them. Actually, the first meeting was, and we'll talk a little bit later about this, was in January of 2020. We've gone through that process. We put together and updated the data points that go into the area plan, and the committee heard all of those informational presentations. We launched a community-wide survey that asked questions about the future of the area plan and zeroed in on specific topics. The area plan committee has created and drafted vision statements and reviewed and updated the goals and policies in the area plan. And we've done a fair amount of public outreach and had 2 in-person open houses. So the plan is now drafted, and we are moving toward the next phase of public hearings and plan adoption. And just a note on plan adoption, this is considered a minor amendment to the county's comprehensive plan. All of the county's area plans are amendments to the comprehensive plan. So it's not a major amendment. There are certain criteria that are met for major amendments, but this is actually considered a minor amendment to the comprehensive plan. And so just some additional kind of preview context for the vision of the draft plan. The vision statement that the committee has drafted is new. The 2001 plan did not have a vision statement. And this model is actually taken after the format of our comprehensive plan vision statement. So, and these are just excerpts. So, but they do provide a context and kind of a flavor for the plan going forward. So for land use and growth, the vision would be that our area plan as part of the greater Flagstaff region supports responsible land use and plan growth. And the key really is they really want to maintain the rural lifestyle and the rural character of the planning area. And I won't read all of these, but you can see from the natural resources, open space and environment portion of the vision statement that protecting the natural environment and open spaces are key to reflecting the rural lifestyle and values that they are very important to the community. The second part of the vision statement is recognizing that the rich cultural and historic diversity of Donny Park is part of the community character, as well as natural environment, open space, the vistas, the dark skies, the natural quiet, and again, the rural lifestyle. And then the last part of the vision statement is related to the transportation system. And they are looking at integrating and connecting multimodal facilities for transit, pedestrian, bicycle, and importantly, equestrian uses throughout the planning area. So there's quite a bit of work that's gone into understanding the transportation modes within the area plan. The committee has very closely followed the results of the survey. And if we could just summarize the results of the survey again, it really emphasized the community's desire to maintain their rural identity. And so in particular, the committee has focused on maintaining residential density, which is low density residential, and the existing large lot development patterns. They've looked very carefully at the criteria that are listed in the plan that would be reviewed for rezoning requests. They have looked at, policies that would encourage that the adjacent Forest Service land is preserved from being exchanged in land exchanges and then preserved from development. And they're keen on maintaining the 7 existing rural activity centers. And with that, then the existing acres of commercial and industrial zoning, there's a fair amount of vacant commercial and industrial land still within the planning area, and most of that falls within the rural activity centers. Just another slide on some of the issues that they've been considering in this process. Some of the issues that have come up, and this is something that supervisors may be aware of, is private road easements and access across those easements, and then with that associated maintenance. Really does create in our rural areas issues related to whether or not there's even an access point across private property. So those are issues that this committee has understood and has tried to make some recommendations in the policy document. The transportation system updates, there's been some work since the 2001 area plan, including in 2015, I believe, there was a multimodal study created for Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood area. There have been a number of trails initiatives that have also gone on. The Forest Service, Mount Eldon Dry Lakes Trails Initiative, as you know, the Flagstaff Urban Trail System comes right up to the border of Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood. There was also the FTI, the Flagstaff Trails Initiative. So taking all of that information, we've put it together and created a multimodal trails and transit concept map. So that's been a big part of this update. So they can really see how a connected and integrated multimodal system could look through the planning area. They've also identified some potential emergency management projects that could inform or kind of be the seed information for a future emergency management plan. That's a very informal list that was basically gathered by just an informal drive about, if you will, but there's some good concepts that are in the plan, and those will be put in the appendix. And then finally, there was a lot of discussion in this process about terminology and the use of should versus shall, and whether or not a policy document can actually, what the terminology is properly used. And so after a lot of discussion, we have written the document to use the word should versus shall, because it is not a zoning ordinance. And the policy documents are basically just that. And so the use of should is the predominant word that is written in these policies. And so these topics that we've just gone over, plus others, are the primary issues that are addressed in the goals and policies. And this next slide shows the schedule from the beginning, starting in January. The committee has met over 30 times. As Supervisor Vasquez mentioned, sometimes twice a month. They've been extremely dedicated. and really hardworking. They've been their commitment to the process has been really just admirable, and we're very grateful for their help in putting together this plan. The committee had what could be their last working meeting last week on June 2nd. They pushed through and reviewed the final comments from the April open house. We have scheduled a June 29th study session with the Planning and Zoning Commission, preparing for a public hearing with the Planning Commission on July 27th. The committee will meet again in August, on August 18th, just to review the public hearing process and get together and get an update on what the comments have been from the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. And then right now, depending on how the hearing goes with the Planning Commission, the tentative date to schedule a hearing with the Board of Supervisors is September 13th. And with that, then, I can open it up for any questions that you might have about this process.
At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez for comments and questions, or he might have, and then I'll open it up to the rest of the board.
Sure, thank you. Again, I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that's been involved, all those committee members that are sitting on the right side of the picture. Those are the folks that have been going through and putting in the work. And then as you can see in the open houses, we had, one of those open houses had almost 180 people, and the other, I believe, over 120. And so we had good turnout for both open houses. We've gone through and chewed and digested the information and the comments from the community and really discussed it. And I'm confident that on the 13th, when the plan will be ready, and we'll be able to move forward with it. It's exciting stuff. It's the light at the end of the tunnel after so much work. And so again, I applaud Melissa and her team and everybody that's been involved on the staff side for managing through this, because it has not been easy and there have been some bumps, but we're almost there. And so I'm grateful for all that effort that they've put in. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any comments, Supervisor Ryan?
Yeah, if I just maybe a little bit of question, some comment. Melissa, same old conversation that I end up having with you. Tendency with the plan is that you have a community come together and say, we don't want any growth. We want it to stay how it is. But the idea of a plan is changes will happen. So if you are going to have change, how will it happen? And I'm curious if surveys were used and if you got into those type of discussions, because I'm hearing you on a discussion of rural densities, and I'll use this as an example. When we did the Parks Area Plan, people were especially thankful for the opportunity to be able to live there because it was affordable. But we kind of locked in densities so that big lots were maintained, and the only people that could afford to buy the big lots these days are those that are quite affluent. And the demographics, even though the intent was to keep it with this collegial community that was just getting by, it modified the community. So, good intentions, and yet consequences also associated with that. So I'm just curious a little bit about if the community had gotten into that and wrestled with those issues.
That was a very important topic of conversation, and the community the committee and then the community who, we had quite a few community participants who basically joined almost every virtual meeting. So there was a lot of involvement that way as well. And that was, I would say, probably the most difficult part of the conversation was exactly that, how to maintain the rural lifestyle and identity in Donny Park, recognizing that it's so close to the city of Flagstaff and is within the sphere of all the growth influences within the regional plan boundary that we just looked at. So the committee, they spent many hours debating what change would look like and how to potentially deal with that. And there are some very detailed policies in there that would address rezonings, for instance, to any type of different density. And a lot of that focused on for rezonings that would request a lower density residential, that the community is pretty clear that they would want to see that done through a subdivision process and through a planned residential development process, where possibly there could be lots as low as 1 acre. I think that's where the plan ended up, but recognizing that with that, there would be a fair amount of open space. So the PRD process was the preferred, process, along with some specific criteria for what that would look like. The community has talked about the rural activity centers as being, again, the focus of their neighborhood commercial uses, and understanding that with the zoning ordinance does allow mixed use development in those rural activity centers. So the community has had that discussion. And again, those could provide those community hubs for neighborhood commercial, and understanding that there could be some mixed use development in there that would provide a bit more types of housing. But in general, the community was still pretty reserved about any additional density and changes to that large lot development pattern. Although very clearly recognizing that subdivision style or utilizing the subdivision ordinance as a tool is much more effective in avoiding certain issues, for instance, the private access easements that can be maintenance issues. And just in general, it's a much more organized process to use to develop land through the subdivision process. So that came through pretty clearly. But yeah, that was, and I'm sure that when the public hearings are opened up, then the community members will be able to provide additional feedback on that question. But that's what we heard from them is, a little bit of change, but not a lot of change from the 2001 area plan.
Sounds familiar. All right. Thanks, Melissa.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Melissa and team, again, thank you. Vice Chair Artemo Vasquez, and to all that participated, really appreciate this. This is an important part of our community building here in Coconino County, and I really appreciate the update. I know that I kept seeing Supervisor Begay and Vice Chair Vasquez, rushing out of meetings to make it to the area plan meetings there, and know the hard work that's been put into this. So appreciate everybody's involvement on this. So thank you.
Well, thank you. It's been a good process. And if we can move on, then we do have one more update for you.
A comprehensive plan update.
County's comprehensive plan. So it's a good segue from talking about Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood, because our next major initiative would be to start working on updating the county's comprehensive plan. So as you probably know, this was adopted in December 2015. Just like with the regional plan, state statute requires this be updated every 10 years. So we would want to have this ready for adoption again in 2025. We would suggest beginning this once the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan is finished and adopted. And we have some suggestions for how to begin the update, and we were wanting your feedback on this today. One of this, and this is just an overview, and then I'll talk a little bit more about some of the details. So we were suggesting that we work on preparing for the board and the planning commission another comprehensive plan implementation report, followed by putting together potentially a scoping group to talk about what to update with the comprehensive plan, and then begin the comprehensive update. So I've got some more details in this next slide. So I think that Supervisor Ryan was here when we did the last comprehensive plan implementation report. It was in 2020. So we last prepared that then. It was a county-wide overview of all of the accomplishments by the different departments that have been made to implement the comprehensive plan. And the last CPI, if you will, for short, reported that the number of goals and policies that countywide, we reached out across the entire county and talked to most departments who have a role in implementing the comprehensive plan, that an estimated 86% of the goals and policies were either being addressed or were being worked on. It doesn't mean full compliance, but it does mean that of the 373 policies in the plan, a lot of them were being looked at by different departments across the county. So this would be a good jumping point to understand where implementation for the comprehensive plan is, and then using that to help guide the next update. And we would suggest that we could work on this and present it to you by the end of this year and early into 2023. The next step after that would be to use information from the implementation report and develop an informal temporary scoping group. We've had a lot of feedback about the plan over the years that we've used it. And the general feedback from Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors and other members of the public who use this plan is that the current plan is well liked. It seems to be to cover, really to capture a lot of the county's vision, and it doesn't seem that there's, from what we've heard, it is slightly outdated. I just will say there are some elements that need to be updated, and also there is new information and new topics that need to be considered. But overall, we've heard positive response from users, but a scoping group would help us to really review and evaluate the previous process and the schedule, to look at that implementation plan, to help establish a scoping and initial set of topics and issues, new issues that we would need to address. We could talk about process guidelines and get some very early input on public participation, planning, and diversity. So this would be one suggestion for how to start organizing in preparation for the update. And then we would begin this as soon as the implementation report was presented. And, we would suggest possibly including, and this is where some feedback from the board would be helpful, 2 members of the Planning Commission, members from the Board of Supervisors, other county commissions, the manager's office, and then other county departments who express an interest during the comprehensive plan implementation process. So the makeup of this temporary scoping group is really something that would be helpful to have some feedback on. And then the next step then would be to launch into the plan update itself, where we would actually write the public participation plan, develop the process and the schedule going forward with guidance from that scoping group. And we were looking at beginning this in the spring of 2023. And we do have some funds available where we could have some consultant assistance with possibly even beginning to look at some of the data updates. So with that, we're looking for some feedback from you, some requests for direction on these 3 initial steps and the timing outlined for updating our comprehensive plan, and then any ideas that you might have for a possible scoping group makeup, and then any other comments or questions that you have or thoughts.
Melissa, I have a question. Is that scoping group the same as a comprehensive plan committee, or is that?
No, the idea with that, it would just be an initial scoping group made up of people who are familiar with the plan and possibly had experience with the previous plan to give us some feedback. And then a committee would be formed later. An actual committee that the board, we would want feedback from the board and from the Planning Commission on the makeup and the timing for an actual committee to guide the process.
Got it. Because if that's the case, you may want to look at the past comprehensive plan committee. It's a wonderful who's who of our community. And to me, getting a number of those people involved, and obviously some probably other folks as well, but that would seem to be a good place to start then for a scoping group. So, just looking at many of those people have been involved here for a long time. So, you're right that the old comprehensive plan is really, I really love how it was laid out. I've gone through it a few times when we've had various things that have come before the board, and it's really well done. And I'm assuming that it would be somewhat following the same type of format as the old plan, obviously updated, but it is a very nicely done plan. So I would hope that the format would be continued. In terms of the plan, plan update that you've outlined for us, you know, it sounds good to me. You know, it sounds something that if you feel, Melissa, is doable on your end, it gets us started, and I think it's I would agree with the plan outline that you presented, the timeline you've presented on it. And then other comments, I think that's it for me. Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Let's see. So, you know, as I'm thinking about the scoping committee, you know, for the sake of the board, I think it would be probably better if whatever the scoping committee was brought back to the board, kind of like we did the update on our ordinances the past year or two, where we can take a more detailed look of what the scoping committee is doing and give our input associated with that. So it really is getting us, you know, into the weeds to some degree, but it's, you know, deferred to the scoping committee instead of, you know, one board member or the other being on the committee. It's just it creates a better process, I think, associated with that. And it worked really well, you know, as we knew we were going to get it back, and here's a little more, here's a little more. At least that helps us more knowledgeably launch into the next steps of what we're doing, and we can be a little bit more thoughtful about that. I like the idea of some of the former committee members. It wouldn't hurt to, you know, look at specific categories of areas of expertise that might be needed, or people that are just very conscientious about that area of their community. And that'll be even more so when we put a committee together. But it's just a thought initially, you know, as you're suggesting, it helps to have people that have a knowledge base associated with what a plan is, how it functions, and how this is functioning. Yeah. I feel as though we will have that scoping committee will bring them out, but like we did with last time we came back, we had the renewable energy ordinance, the large scale industrial component, come in as amendments to the plan. So the plan itself was pretty functional and still is. It fits well with it. You know, just what we were talking about in terms of, we have a whole new dynamic with what's going on with housing in an area that we haven't ventured into, but it has implications associated with our planning that, you know, I could see potentially be in a category that bubbles out. But I'd be curious about the dialogue with the scoping committee, because it's an area we touch on with the planning process, but it's not an area that, you know, usually it's associated with federal designation. This is going well beyond that, and is usually handled by other departments. So yeah, so it's, and yet it fits with the broader community vision and what's going on, and how does it play into what's going on with our comprehensive plan. So there, you know, I like the idea of right now, the recommendations of, you know, how can we manage it? What would you put together? Where you're going with it, neat idea. It seems to make sense. If we come up with adjustments, then, you know, on the fly, as the scoping committee comes back, we look at it from the board, we can always adapt. The most important thing is we have a timeline we need to keep in mind, because we have a legislative mandate that has us associated with this, doing an update on this that we need to be considering. But they're my initial thoughts as I'm, you know, looking at this.
Thanks, Supervisor Ryan. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you. I concur with my colleagues. You know, I like the direction that this is going, and that the comprehensive, the possible, the scoping group, and looking for that diversity of, as we spoke earlier, about all kinds of different voices, not just ethnic diversity, but also the urban and rural diversity, because some things are going to be specific to certain areas, and we need to hear those voices. And, you know, with the things that are decisions that are being made for the whole county, we want to make sure we're getting all those voices out there. And so just encourage you to really look at the different groups, the different, you know, the 6 municipalities in Coconino County, you know, chapter houses, and really go out to different organizations and groups to try to get representation from all those different areas. And I know that's going to be a challenge, but that's one of the challenges of having a geographic county as large as ours, you know, and so we recognize that, but we don't want to miss out on voices because we don't put in that effort. And so I'm just really looking forward to seeing how this comprehensive plan comes together and where we're at the next milestone. Thank you.
Teresa, can I?
Yeah, yes.
Hieronymus shaking it up. You know, I had this list together, but now that you're talking, it's making other stuff come out. I'm just doing a play on it earlier scene today. But it's bringing out other thoughts. You know, the municipality thing is more of our interface associated with it, with changes that are occurring, the growth that's occurring in the county. It begs for the question related to just information exchange between the municipality staff and our staff. Are there new dynamics that are created along the boundaries, and or another thing that might spring out of this could be furthering the interface between area plans and the comprehensive plan. You know, how our updates occur, where are we with various area plans associated with it. So just you know, thought that's a dynamic that's worked, and then there's friction and it changes, and or we're dated in one area but we're not the other. So it does beg for some consideration associated with that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah. Good points. And it does look like, just from the plan committee in the past, that's exactly what was done in terms of reaching out to rural versus urban and various parts of the community, and various, especially, you know, the Native American and the Hispanic. It looks like there was really an attempt to reach out to various community groups as well. So hopefully that will continue. And you know, we also have some retired Board of Supervisors that we may want to reach out to as well, that were involved in that area plan back then. We have Mandy Metzger, Art Babbitt. I mean, those are people that were also heavily involved at one time, that may be good for the scoping group. Just thoughts. So
Thank you. Yeah.
any other comments, questions? Melissa, do you have anything further for us?
No, I think that covers it for today, unless you had anything else to add.
No, it's going to be quite an undertaking.
Comprehensive plan, regional plan will all be moving along at the same time.
As they should.
All right.
Great feedback in just a couple minutes, under an hour. So thank you for the time.
All right. Thank you very much. So
Just a real quick question. Planning and zoning, you guys have these updates with each other. You know, their thoughts, have they thrown thoughts forward on, you know, different ways to approach this?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, are you specifically talking about a joint meeting for these?
No, I'm asking if you guys already had a meeting, or you get into discussions with planning and zoning through some of your prep meetings and all. You review some of these pieces. Have they thoughts on what to do with the, as we step into this new comprehensive plan?
Jay, would you like me to respond?
Sure.
Okay. We have not talked specifically about the Planning and Zoning Commission on these specific steps. We will be. They have been more focused in their study sessions on actually regional plan and Boney Park, Timberline, Fernwood, and then the renewable energy ordinance. But they have given us feedback all along. We did initially roll out the idea of a scoping group, and that had some good feedback, but we will get with them on these specific steps as well and have their input and feedback. They do like to give us a lot of comments, so they're a valuable resource.
Very good. All right, well, we look forward to hearing from you as we're moving forward and for your input as we move forward on this. It's going to be quite a project.
Thanks very much. We appreciate your input. We'll be back in touch.
Thank you. County Manager.
Madam Chair, there are no other items on the agenda.
Oh, come on. It's way too early. There's got to be something.
Surely not. Let's do, Scott.
Yeah, you're not posted for any other.
What?
You may not discuss any other items that are not on the agenda.
Wait a minute. Are you kicking us out of the meeting? Is that?
I'll defer to the county attorney on that. But,
well, this is great, and boy, this is really like food for thought. I mean, I've taken the comprehensive plan, just looking at what was done back in 2015, and it was just a mammoth undertaking and really well done. And so it's going to be hard to be able to live up to those past expectations, but I'm sure we'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Madam Chair, I will make one other comment. So from the budget process, you'll recall that we had a number of items that were being referred to work session, white paper, further research. And so during the summer break, staff will begin to look at that to identify what items would be fitting in each of those categories. And we will then be presenting at the first meeting in August, the basically what we've interpreted to be items and the types of ways in which you want to engage on those topics. And then that'll basically then begin the work session agenda when we look at the year ahead going forward. Again, it's not to say that we wouldn't be looking at other items, but just want to make sure that the items that came from the budget process are not forgotten. So.
Absolutely. Yes, good point.
Yep. Thank you.
Well, with that, members of the board, it was a good meeting. A lot was accomplished today, and lot more work to do is what it looks like to me. So again, thank you all for being here. And as always, to our staff, we really appreciate the great job you do and the extra effort you put in for these board meetings. So thank you very much. With that, it's time to adjourn. So we'll see you next week, if not before.
Bye.
All right, cool. Good job, everybody. Have a wonderful week.